Hello everybody and welcome to this special evening with Business Standard. Could I please request everybody to please put your phones on mute? Okay, on the agenda today are conversations around a relatively young sector, the electric vehicles industry, which will of course play an important role in helping India achieve its target of net zero emissions by 2070. While the earliest successful experiments with electric mobility date back to the 1820s and 30s, it is in recent years that coordinated and committed efforts have been made in this direction, given, among other things, the urgency to restore the health of the planet. The evening today is about looking at the opportunities before the electric vehicle sector, the challenges it faces, and the policy options that could add momentum to it. Besides discussions with industry leaders, we will have a fireside chat with Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways. I would now like to invite Business Standard Editor, Mr. Shailesh Dobhal, to please come on stage and kickstart the Business Standard EV Dialogues.
Thank you, Vinu, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this special Business Standard event, EV Dialogues, Highway to Green Growth, Role of EVs. Like Vinu has said, it's a young sector, and there's so much hope about the sector. But amid all this euphoria of electric vehicle adoption in the country, in a year where we surpassed 100,000 electric cars cumulatively, clocked 100,000 electric vehicle sales in a month, 1 million EVs in a year. Do we have our sights firmly on the task ahead in terms of what it will take to achieve our cherished goal of becoming the largest market and the largest manufacturers of EV in the world? What would it take to scale up the charging infrastructure, manufacturing, after sales, and afterlife disposal service networks to achieve the goal of becoming numero uno in EVs? How do government policies and investments by private players across the EV ecosystem measure up to the task ahead? What are the barriers to EV adoption in a developing economy like India? The role EVs are going to play in India's decarbonization journey? Well, I don't have any of the answers here to discuss, debate, disagree, and even duel on these issues staring and plaguing the EV industry in the country. We have lined up a interesting evening for you ahead. We kick off with a panel discussion on how to make EVs mainstream by 2030. And thereafter, we'll have another panel discussion on becoming Atmanirbhar in EVs. And finally, like Vinu said, to top up the evening, we'll hear the prognosis from Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways in the Government of India. May I now invite our Master of Ceremonies and my colleague Vinu Sandhu again back on stage. Please, Vinu, just.
All right, is this better? Thank you. Thank you, Shailesh. We will begin with our first panel discussion now. The topic is, as Shailesh mentioned, how to make EVs mainstream by 2030. I would request our panelists to please come on stage. We have with us Mr. Rahul Bharti, Executive Director, Maruti Suzuki. Mr. Naveen Munjal, Managing Director, Hero Electric Vehicles. And Mr. Anmol Singh Jaggi, co-founder and CEO, Blue Smart. Moderating the discussion will be Mr. Suveen Sinha, Chief Content Editor of Business Standard. Over to you.
Hi, is this working? So, hello everybody, welcome once again. This is a great time to be discussing electric vehicles. Actually, as journalists, It's fascinating to watch an industry in transformation, next only to a new industry getting created. So we saw the IT sector getting created, then getting transformed when Y2K happened. Then we saw the outsourcing revolution happen. The automotive industry itself got recreated in the middle of the 1990s when foreign competition was allowed. And now it is getting recreated, not with a shift of government policy, but with a shift of technology. So an olden industry getting recreated with the focus on decarbonization, because climate is the all-encompassing concern right now, and South Asia, especially India, is one of the most vulnerable regions to climate change. But how should we approach the entire issue, this decarbonizing the automotive sector? Should it be about electric only, or is there space for discussing other things? Can it be CNG also in the mix? What about hybrids? What about biofuels? In fact, what I hear from Rahul is that some biofuels can actually be carbon negative. Some can be cancelling methane at a large scale, and methane can be more harmful than carbon dioxide in many instances. So let me start with Rahul, not only because he represents the largest automobile company in India. Foreign wires such as Bloomberg and Reuters love writing Maruti, which sells 1 of every 2 cars in India, which may not be exactly the case right now. But you know, Maruti is Maruti after all. And because you are present in all kinds of segments, across price points, across technologies, you are big on hybrid, but you have a lineup of electric vehicles coming up. And of course, you connect with consumers. For a lot of people still, buying a car is akin to buying a Maruti. So how do you as an organization approach decarbonization? What kind of view do you take to this in terms of not only the technology available immediately, but say 10 years from now? Because at some point we will be discussing hydrogen also in this panel discussion. So Rahul, over to you.
Thanks, Suveen. Very long and very wide set of questions. So you're absolutely right. The auto industry is in the middle of almost a century kind of transformation. This change did not take place for over a century. And this change, I'll call it clean energy change, because it has 2 elements to it: energy and environment. Fortunately, the international commitments on carbon neutrality, whether by 2070 or the intermediate goals, the voluntary commitments that we have made, the NDCs, by 2030, those international commitments and India's core national interest, which is oil import reduction, energy security, environment improvement, they go hand in hand. So we need all technologies possible to reduce CO2 and to increase energy efficiency. Not many of us might know as engineers, when we measure CO2 reduction is a mathematical reciprocal of energy. CO2 is a mathematical reciprocal of energy efficiency. So by doing one, we achieve both. Having said that, the question is, many times I have heard that electric and decarbonization are used interchangeably in many conversations. The fact of the matter is that decarbonization is an end goal and technology is a means to achieve that end. And electric, of course, is a major technology. Many of us, including our organization Maruti Suzuki, are developing products, localizing the major components like battery. In fact, one of our battery plants is already making local lithium-ion cells. We are exporting also. And at some point of time, we might export EVs very soon. So EVs are a major prominent technology that can help us reach there. However, there are many more technologies. There's hydrogen, for example. And within hydrogen also, it's not just fuel cell electric vehicles, it's hydrogen IC engines also that has recently become popular. There are biofuels, you rightly said. Some biofuels are a very potent combination of trying to reduce carbon. At times they can get carbon negative also. Methane, for example, has, as per India's environment position in the COP26, has a 21 times greenhouse gas effect as CO2. So it's important to control methane also. And I'll give you an example. When the cow dung, when fresh after egestion from the cow, in the first 24 hours, the kind of methane that goes into the environment can be so damaging. And if we are able to capture it in place, convert it into, let's say, methane, natural gas, which is 90% methane, and convert it into a fuel, we've done a far bigger service to the environment goals than probably in many other activities that we take up. So now there are several technologies that are at play. One is biofuels, whether it is ethanol or let's say compressed biogas. We have electric, and we have electrified, which combines various kinds of hybrids also, strong hybrid, plug-in hybrids, fuel cell electric, and battery electric, and we have hydrogen. The issue is that each of these technologies has its own context and attributes. Each technology serves some segment best. For example, for long distance trucks, electric is a very difficult solution because the battery weight could be more than the haulage weight. For two-wheelers or three-wheelers, it is the immediate solution. I mean, there couldn't be a better solution than that. So the diversity is huge. Similarly, across segments, each segment lends itself to some different kind of technology solution. The second part is the time dimension. Each segment's best technology solution itself will also change with time. For example, if I talk about, say, long distance trucks, today we might say that LNG could be a very good solution. 10 years down the line, I'm quite optimistic that hydrogen for long distance trucks will become a very good solution. And many people are working towards that. Similarly, for electric, there are all kinds of projections by people for EV penetration in the country, let's say by 2030. Some Bloomberg New Energy Finance says 7%, somebody says 15, some 20, 30. It varies. Whatever be the projections, the fact of the matter is that even till 7 to 10 years from now, it will be well below half, which means for the next 10 years, we need some solution which in controlling CO2, in improving energy efficiency, which caters to the mass segment, which covers the volumes, the number of cars, two-wheelers, trucks, buses on the road. So there are, as you mentioned, natural gas. Now CNG is so interesting. It can go up to, let's say, 25% CO2 reduction, but it can cover 50% of the population. So that's potent. In volume terms, it is probably the largest contributor to CO2 reduction. When we say electric, one major hurdle that comes to our mind is public charging infrastructure. Till the time public charging infrastructure comes up, self-charging hybrid electric can be a very potent combination. It can reduce CO2 to, let's say, 35% per car, and it can cover, let's say, 25 to 30% of the population. Electric, of course, is a long-term. We are all betting on electric in the long term. Hydrogen could be a panacea, let's say, 20 years from now. So for automobile manufacturers, it's a multi-variable equation. We have several technologies, we have several segments, and we have a time frame. And each one of them, each technology has a scalability attribute, it has a cost attribute, it has a customer absorption attribute, And this is what keeps us awake at nights. So that's the context.
Thank you, Rahul. So what you're saying is that the net impact on carbonization or decarbonization should be the lens that we apply, not just an isolated thing that, okay, electric cars, this percentage of the market is our goal. What we should look at is what do they achieve, that X% out of the total car sales, and then where do we go with this, right? Malvika, IFC is an organization that is present probably at every part of the value chain in many industries, not just automotive. And then, as far as I know, there are certain things that all investment from IFC has to achieve. One of them being development impact, right? And then you have to see, what does it do for climate change? What does it do for job creation? And of course, infrastructure is a core area. I was very interested to see that IFC invested about $70 million in Mahindra Electric, which is about cargo three-wheelers and four-wheelers, right? It was fascinating that of the entire universe of EVs that is going on right now, you chose this as a significant investment. So when you plan your investments, how do you look at it in terms of technology, in terms of the impact on the transport sector, in terms of how many people's lives can get transformed? Because in that cargo three-wheeler space, you could create a huge impact. So how do you approach such things?
Thanks so much, Subin. So, Subin, as you know, IFC is the private sector arm of the World Bank. So we take commercial risk and we provide debt and equity. The e-mobility segment, and I will sort of use that term rather than e-vehicles, for us is something that we see as hugely important right now, not just because of the environmental benefit, I think that goes without saying, but for a country like India where we have been struggling honestly to generate employment and to boost the manufacturing sector, I think this is one segment that can just have a mind-blowing impact across all segments of the value chain. And we've looked carefully at all segments, so my colleagues on the financial market side and at the World Bank are working to make it easier for banks to lend for e-vehicles. On the manufacturing side, we're currently appraising a components company that supplies to electric two-wheelers. And as you mentioned, we've done the Mahindra investment. And on the infrastructure services side, we have also been tracking the state bus contracts very closely because we want the story to be about public transport and not just private vehicles. There's a statistic that only 10% of urban Indians own cars. I don't know how far that is true, but for us, we would be very sad if this was only about getting more people to buy cars. We would want to see all buses moving to electric and also cargo transport to move to electric. So for us, I think there are opportunities to be active all along the value chain, and it's really up to us to make the right choices and partner with people who are committed. So coming back to your question about what do we look for, I think the two-wheeler space has obviously seen a lot of investment. I think that's the segment that's been growing the fastest. Customers have very many options, and I think the government has also done a fantastic thing by focusing on safety and standardization concerns, because all those horror stories about battery fires and so on. I think the ministry has been very proactive in terms of imposing some standards so that people don't just write off the sector as being full of non-serious players. So two-wheelers is one space that we've obviously been tracking, and right now we are focusing on component manufacturers for the two-wheeler space, where there are companies that are supplying to multiple two-wheeler companies. The remaining segments are the cargo, 3 and 4 wheelers, and then the passenger car vehicles. The passenger car vehicles, I think, has seen a lot of growth in the last year, thanks to Tata and also MG, and I'm sure Maruti is going to, come in a big way over there. But for us, I think the segment that we really wanted to contribute to was the cargo 2 and 3 wheelers, because for us, it really checked all the boxes in terms of a space that could do with high quality vehicles, and you have, very serious and committed players getting into that sector. And also for us, I think the customer base really appealed to what we want to do. our new president, Mr. Banga, you've all heard about him. I think he said something very powerful when he got the job, that for him, development is about jobs. You know, if you don't have a job, there is no way you're going to rise out of poverty and get into the middle class. But at the same time, you know, everybody can't get office jobs. We can't all be government officers and software engineers. So for us, the 2 and 3 wheeler segment was particularly powerful because you're dealing with small entrepreneurs, service providers, who really should have access to good technology and should not be left behind. You know, the electric vehicle revolution cannot be for people in this room to go out and buy a Nexon or to buy an MG Hector. You know, I'm sure many of us will do that as well. But where the really powerful impact happens is for the, you know, the taxi driver or the Amazon delivery person. And there are so many of these vehicles that have been mushrooming thanks to e-commerce. And for us, I think being able to support companies that targeted that segment of the country was really powerful.
Thank you, Malavika. Coming to Mr. Munjal, Mr. Munjal, honestly, I don't know where to begin. So, you are one of the newsiest organizations in this hall right now. So I'll ask a very broad thing, and I'll leave it to you where you take the discussion. Tell us, you know, because two-wheelers led the charge, forgive the pun, in the electric vehicles segment. How has the experience been? And I'll request you to give a wholesome picture about, you know, the government has a strong role to play there, technology has a role to play there. There are all sorts of people say all kinds of things, and people do all kinds of things. But you as a company, how has your experience been? What are the learnings? If we can think of this as phase 1, how would you like phase 2 to pan out?
Okay, that's a very broad canvas you left me with. Now, I could just go on and on talking about electric mobility and two-wheelers because I've been in this space now for over 15 years. But I'll try and limit it to what is relevant here. So, you know, when we started this journey way back, I started in 2000 with electric. Didn't quite work. 2003, lithium-ion batteries, too expensive, too early in the stage. BMS is not strong enough. 2007, forming the company, diving deep into it, living, eating, breathing electric from there on. The whole purpose was we knew electrification is inevitable, has to happen, just didn't know when it's going to happen. Now what I can tell you is that the changes that we've seen in the last 3 years or 2 years, 2.5 years, are more than what I saw in over a decade prior to that. So clearly we are coming of age when it comes to electric mobility. When we look at the entire EV sector, the entire electric mobility, as Mr. Bharti was also saying, you know, the different buckets. Two-wheelers a completely different bucket, three-wheelers different, cars are different, public transport, commercial vehicles, all different buckets. All will take off in different stages and with different technologies. The most prevalent one for two-wheelers right now is electric. So is electric going to be the way forward as well? Who knows, you know, how technology is going to evolve. Right now it's more lithium, whether it's NMC or it's LFP or whatever be the technology. Going forward it could be solid state, it could be something else that comes in, aluminum air or whatever be the case. Technology is going to continue evolving. One thing is very clear, that we are moving away from any emission vehicles. And if there's a technology which is available, and India rides on two-wheelers, majority of the vehicles on the road are two-wheelers, majority of that whole basket is actually the commuter segment, which is a very value-sensitive market. It's not necessarily that they'll buy the cheapest product, but they'll buy a product which is giving them the right value at with the right product. So the role of a government coming into this was a very important one. Now, how have different countries succeeded with electric? Let's look at it. So there is, in most of the countries, there's a carrot and a stick approach. There are subsidies and incentives which are given. There is a stick at the end of it to say that, you know, by such and such time, you have to convert, you have to be zero emission. Now, whether it's electric or it could be some other technology, but the point is going towards zero emission. And the third is creation of that infrastructure that comes around it to lead that whole charge. So when we break up different segments, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, cars, public transport, and commercial vehicles, two-wheelers require the minimum amount of infrastructure because you can charge those vehicles at home. In our case, all our batteries are portable. So effectively, I could have bought the battery in here, plugged it in, charged it here, take it back to the vehicle, and off you go again. So that gives you the maximum amount of convenience. Obviously, it comes with its own challenges, that the technology is going to be good enough that the battery doesn't catch fire and all of those. And as you go more and more powerful with these vehicles, the batteries become more unwieldy and heavier and bigger. So in which case, the swapping or the fixed battery comes into play here. So all will take off at a different time. Two-wheelers will form the base of that pyramid, as has been the case even with our IC engine vehicles. The majority of the vehicles sold are two-wheelers. It's not cars, it's not buses, it's not trucks, it's two-wheelers. So that's what's going to happen. Now there will be some products, some parts, which are common across the entire value chain. So anybody who's making batteries, for example, they're not going to get the volume from buses, or maybe for that matter even from cars to start with. Eventually may. But to start with, your volume is going to come from two-wheelers, because that's where the large volume of vehicles are going to come. With the vehicles coming in the way that they have, so for the role of government was very important. One, to obviously reduce the prices, the initial purchase price. But the second is also to give confidence to the customer that this is a very, very important sector. Now, this sector is extremely important for us for multiple reasons. One, of course, is climatic. We've got certain commitments that we've got towards climatic. The second is environment. Come November onwards, and we are again going to be drowned in pollution across NCR region. That's not a great way to live. And the third and the most important factor is that while doing so, it has to be at a price point, or it has to offer value to the customer. If it doesn't, because we know the battery, that electric vehicles are from 1.8 to 2.2 times more expensive than a comparable IC engine vehicle. Now the reason for that is also because you've got the battery inside. Now should you take the battery out, the vehicle becomes cheaper than that of an IC engine vehicle, in which case it's a chicken and egg situation. You've got to create the infrastructure before that volume is really going to pick up. And in that infrastructure, you have to have some level of standardization, whether that is set by the government or whether that industry forces set it. But you have to have some level of standardization, because different companies having different standards is not going to work across the whole ecosystem. So these are things which are going to evolve over a period of time. Now going forward, what is extremely important for this sector, we've already got momentum. We've got to keep that momentum up, and we've got to build on that momentum, because we are following a hockey stick growth. But as you're seeing, all of you are reading, that there is a difference between the industry and the government on what the policy should have been, should be, or how this whole thing is panning out. Now, policies are important, guidelines are important, standards are important, but the fact is that these are more like living organisms. They have to continuously evolve with time. You can't go back 5 years and later and then say in hindsight, this is what I meant and this is what it should have been and this is what it not wasn't. That is something where course correction is imperative as we go along. If you look at the FAME policy, which is there right now, FAME 2 was amended in 2021, and that's what made it the best policy. We went from something like 30,000 units a year to 600,000 units a year. That's only because the initial purchase price was lower. Plus, that's not the only factor. It's also that ecosystem got built up. So we as a company, we've trained over 9,500 of these roadside mechanics to fix electric vehicles. Even though our batteries are portable, we've put up over 4,000 charging stations. And now we are working with a number of companies in installing a charging infrastructure, because to get rid of the range anxiety issue. Now that may not necessarily be the case when it comes to other sectors. What the cars are going to require is a very dense charging infrastructure. In our case, it's already there. Every home has a charging point. As long as you've got a 15 amp point, you can charge your vehicle. And between 4 to 6 hours, you've got enough charge to take you from maybe 80 kilometers to 220 odd kilometers, which is more than enough for a two-wheeler in any case. So we are on the right path, fantastic policies. We now need to make sure that we continuously keep on evolving these policies in tune with what is happening now. What happened at that point of time, what was the industry at that point, what was the ecosystem available at that point is all different, is not relevant now. What is important is we've got momentum, we have to keep the momentum up. And we have to set targets in place by which time do we want to convert what volume to electric or to environmental friendly or zero emission vehicles. So while I'm saying electric right now, that technology could change. But the key is zero emission. And also another very important factor for us, there's been a whole load of debate that whether electric is as clean as is meant to be, etc., all of that stuff. See, at this point, what is critical for us in an urban setup is tailpipe emissions. Vehicular pollution is a very, very large contributor in all the CO2 emissions that we have in cities and the pollution that we have in cities. So we've got to take that away from the cities first and foremost. Now, it doesn't mean that we put it into power plants and we put it into a thermal power plant. But it's much easier to control pollution at a centralized thermal power plant level than it is at each vehicular level. So it is imperative that we go to zero emission, and then it is imperative for us to start controlling the supply chains. So going down to the minerals and the materials that come with it. So the whole idea of that has been moving away from oil dependency, but it is also important that we move away from lithium dependency or for all the necessary minerals and metals that are going to be required. And there are deposits which are found in India. So going forward, this is going to be a very, very important sector for India. It's going to generate a huge amount of employment for India across the whole ecosystem, whether it is charging, it's the software, it's the BMSs, it's the swapping infrastructure, the vehicles itself. There's going to be upgradation of skill set which is going to happen, which is going to create another level of employment for people. So I am extremely, extremely bullish about this sector. We've been in the sector for a longest time. We've operated both domestically and internationally. And what I can tell you is the momentum that we are seeing now has never been seen in any, you tell me any physical product sector where you suddenly jump 20x in a span of 18 odd months. Software, those kind of products, it's easy to do. But in a physical product like automotive, very, very tough. So I'm very bullish about it.
Thank you, Mr. Munjal. We will come back to some of the points you raised, such as tailpipe emission versus thermal plant emission. We will get back to it. Before that, I would like to hear from Mr. Jaggi. Mr. Jaggi, you represent a very interesting company, Blue Smart. When you came into the market, at least two large cab aggregators who are already well established, but yet you came in and you have created space for yourself. I think in your case, several things have worked, and I have personally used your service. I don't think there is ever any driver cancellation. There is no surge pricing in my society, which is fairly large. I see your cars all over, parked and patiently waiting. What may have also worked in your case is that electric has become a tool of branding, right? And you approach the entire thing differently. I read one of your statements or your co-founders, I'm not sure now, that you did not just want to be a software intermediary, right? You have gone ahead and created your own bit of infrastructure. I think at least 400 charging points in the NCR alone. So let's hear from you how you really approach the issue of inadequate infrastructure, which we are going to discuss a little more as part of this panel discussion. But how did you address this, and why this kind of electric only? Where did it come from?
Sure. So no, thank you, and thanks for being a user. Happy that we've been able to provide you services. So I think we've been lucky on 2-3 fronts. One, the competition was perceived as large, but was actually hollow. So we've been lucky. We've been lucky that way. The other thing was that the business had real fundamental sense to itself, which is just do what the customers ask you to do, which is no cancellation, no surge price, clean cars, simple things. We're not very highly educated, etc., to do some complex things. So just do simple things very simply. I think where we innovated was 2-3 places. One was the whole thing that we will go contrary to what the market says of going asset light, and we will go asset heavy. The thesis from that came from the fact that car ownership is extremely low in India, and Bharti sir can confirm that it's extremely low. The return that a driver partner expects to get their own car is north of 30%. 17-18% is just the interest that they pay. At least 10% they will want to make over it. It's a you cannot, no business in the world can make money if your cost of capital is 18, 20, 25%. So we wanted to take it lower. We wanted to say, instead of the driver partner, why don't we do it ourselves? By the way, sir, going electric was not a consumer-facing thing. Going electric was a balance sheet and P&L thing. We really believe that unit economics on electric mobility is great, especially when we have been able to get access to finance from the best of the kinds that we have, which is power finance, IREDA, etc., lowest interest costs, best repayment terms. When you combine that with the lower fuel cost that electric offers vis-a-vis, at least in Delhi NCR it's CNG, but in Bangalore where we operate it is all diesel, the unit economics are far superior. So going electric was a P&L balance sheet decision and not a consumer decision. Consumer, was it a hook to attract customers? Yes. Are we all electric? Yes. Do a few customers use us only via electric? Yes. But a lot of customers also use us because they want to do that good deed of the day. Now, all of us in this room want to contribute, don't know how to contribute. Please open the BlueSmart app, book the cab, you are doing a good deed. So that's how we kind of look at it and project at it. So going asset heavy, unit economics positive was the solid reason of why we wish to build BlueSmart the way we are trying to build BlueSmart. On EV charging infra, I think BlueSmart started December 19. By December 19 there was अभी भी कोई charging station नहीं है. There was rarely any charging stations at that time. So we thought we have to do it all by ourselves. And how we looked at internally was, it's a great opportunity. And by the way, Karthikeyan is there. Karthikeyan built the first charging hub for us. That's a nice collaboration that we did. So we've been building out a lot of charging hubs now. I think we operate close to maybe 1,100 fast charging guns and about 4,000 or 5,000 slow charging guns in Delhi, NCR and Bangalore. It was a great opportunity. We were thinking ki while we are trying to create a good ride-hailing service, we are also trying to create what is the future Indian Oil, Bharat Petroleum, etc. So looked like a good business. And there was, of course, every threat is an opportunity. So the threat got converted into an opportunity, because today we operate a lot of charging stations and we are extremely happy to build them and to also open it up for public, so that the thought around public charging being less can become slightly lesser. So that's been our thought of how we are trying to build Blue and why did we build our own charging stations, etc.
So, talking about charging stations just a little more, I saw data in a story that one of my colleagues wrote, that when China crossed 100,000 electric cars, cumulative in 2015, it had one public charger for every 3 or 4 cars. India is crossing 100,000 cumulative as we speak, and we have one public charger for every 13 electric cars. Now, how do we address this? Of course, private charging, as in the case of Mr. Munjal, works. But Mr. Munjal, will it work as well in the case of high rises, where unless the battery is detachable, you can't really charge it at your home? Can you? You will need some sort of charging in your parking lot.
So there are challenges. So places like, whether it's Gurgaon or Mumbai or Bangalore, where you're living in old buildings, the new ones all have charging infrastructure of some kind at the ground level or the stilt level. But if you're living in an older building, on Marine Drive, majority of the buildings don't have charging infrastructure. They don't even have plug points at stilt level. In fact, in a lot of cases, you're not even parking your vehicle within your complex. You're parking it outside of the road, which is why we made all our vehicles, with a portable battery. You can detach them, you can take them in, keep them somewhere, charge them, plug them back into the vehicle. When it comes to B2B as well, the fleet owner can have multiple different batteries of this thing, so that there's no downtime of the vehicles and they're constantly running. So these are things which will get addressed over a period of time. It's all about, demand creation. Once you've got the enough volume and enough demand, infrastructure will begin to fall in place. When we were installing a charging infrastructure way back in 2008, we installed something like 20-25 stations in Delhi and Chandigarh and some other places. There was zero offtake of it at that point of time. Now we have multiple different partnerships where they're willing to invest into charging infrastructure, where we bring our customers and they bring the charging infrastructure. So it's going to be dramatically, and that's because of the momentum, that's because of the volume of vehicles which is out there. And the same thing is going to happen with larger vehicles as well. We're already seeing that. We're already seeing a huge penetration of charging infrastructure, even for cars now coming in, simply because the volume of vehicles is there. If that volume weren't there, it would have been economically not viable. So it's all about economics when it comes down to something like this.
Okay. But since I have you on the microphone right now, just talking a little bit about the role of government subsidy in the expansion of electric two-wheeler industry. Do you think, I mean, you told me before the panel discussion started that it was a great scheme. Could it have been designed differently? Because if you look at the more recent trends in subsidy transfer, we have tried to put it in the hands of the consumer or the end user. In fact, one of the topics all of us wrote about as journalists was the cycle scheme for school-going girls, in which the money was deposited into the bank account of the recipient. But in your case, the subsidy goes to the manufacturer, not to the buyer, right?
No, that's not the way it is. The flow of the subsidy is that you've already given, as a manufacturer, you've already given the subsidy to the buyer, and then you claim it back from the government. So basically what you're doing is you're giving credit to the ministry or the government in a by a means. Now talking about the role of subsidy, this was extremely important at that point of time to make it, to incentivize the customers to buy it. It's not coming to the manufacturer, so it's not coming to our P&L at any point of time at all. That's absolutely clear. There's not a single penny that comes to our P&L. Now what happens with that is you have to bring price parity at that point. And that was achievable, and that was hugely achievable because of the changes that were done in the subsidy policy. That said, we are not great believers that subsidy is the way to go in the long run. Our business model is subsidy agnostic. So we are building vehicles where they have to be able to sustain themselves, because subsidy is here, gone tomorrow. What happens to your business plan in that case? So while there was a time when a lot of companies were pushing for larger batteries on vehicles because they could get more subsidy from the ministry, from the government, we were working on reducing the batteries of the vehicles and reducing the offtake of subsidies, because what happens tomorrow when it goes away, the impact is going to be huge. The second factor is when it comes down to battery replacement at the end of life cycle. The cost of that, if you've got too many batteries and got 5 or 6 kilowatt hour of batteries on the vehicles, or even 4 kilowatt hour of batteries, the cost of replacement is going to be that of an entry-level motorcycle or scooter, which is going to have a huge negative impact in the minds of the consumer. So we worked always that you work in a manner that, should subsidy not be there, take all conservative approach in terms of the assumptions. Don't take very aggressive assumptions, and then make the business work. Anything that happens thereafter is only helps your bottom line and your top line. So
are you ready to work or function without government subsidy? Bhavish Agrawal has been saying that Ola is ready. It can work without subsidy. What is your position now?
See, as long as it's an industry approach, then there's a level playing field, then yes, absolutely. Then whatever be the case, it works. At this point of time, the momentum is there. Momentum will slow down if subsidies go away immediately. So there has to be a tapering down. And the way to do it, in what we believe, is in a milestone fashion. You keep it as a number fashion, whether it's a percentage of the growth or whatever be the case, and then you begin to taper them down. Don't keep them for too long, because that spoils the entire industry as well. But at the same time, these business models or the policies, etc., have to evolve as the markets are evolving, because the market is constantly changing. The products are changing, the customer preferences are changing. So these things have to evolve as well.
Right. In fact, electric two-wheeler sales seems to have bounced back in the first 17 days of July, after the dip in June when the subsidy was reduced. That's what I heard from my colleague who writes about the sector.
You've been looking at it, what happened a month prior.
Yes.
But if you look at it from a perspective of what could have been or what could be, is dramatically different.
Got it. Malvika, I'm hoping to ignite a debate here.
So if you don't mind, I just wanted to pick up from what the gentleman was saying, and for IFC and the World Bank, we've been very active in the power sector, and I think renewables is one space where India has really taught the world a lot on solar and wind. And I don't know if you remember, many years ago there used to be a tax break given if you put up a windmill. So you would have cricketers and actors, randomly investing in windmills because there was a tax break. And thankfully that stopped after a while. But moving on to utility scale projects, there was a point when solar and wind were not very popular projects if you were a state discom, but the government still, went out to the discoms and said, it's okay, we want you to buy wind power even if it's at 10 rupees or 15 rupees, because there was a vision that eventually you will hit grid parity, right? And now, I think we've all seen the success stories around solar in particular, where the solar auctions have brought down prices quite dramatically, and there's no question of solar needing any sort of subsidy, at least on the generation side. There's a whole separate policy discussion about manufacturing. But coming to the electric vehicle segment, I think as we've discussed, the subsidy played a key role in getting the hockey stick curve to sort of get that momentum and take off. And perhaps it doesn't have a role right now. If I were the government, or what we would really like to see is, that thinking and that balance sheet and that support applied to other segments of the value chain. And in particular, I wanted to bring up public transport, because, I think maybe here we're probably somewhat overrepresented on the, smaller vehicles manufacturing, and we don't have anybody who's doing trucks and buses. But if we want to reduce tailpipe emissions, if we want to get our country using public transport, I think we need a lot of attention to go into how do we get polluting buses off the road, how do we get private sector money into making the bus fleets all electric. I think there are quite a few governments that have announced that they want to make the city bus fleets all electric, but it's happening much slower than it should. And I think the government has a lot of good ideas there, and if we can just take it to the next level in terms of putting in place a mechanism so that this thing happens. I think for all of us who lived in Delhi, we saw the impact that switching from diesel buses to CNG buses brought.
During Sheila Dikshit's time.
Exactly. But still, since then, unfortunately, the two-wheeler and four-wheeler population in Delhi has still exploded because people are not using public transport enough. And, I feel that is someplace where the government is really the right person to put its entire weight behind the sector and push that.
Right. Would you like to take up the point Mr. Munjal made about tailpipe emission versus thermal power emission? I was hoping you would take it up.
No, absolutely. So, I think anytime you look at a new technology or a new sector, it may look too good to be true, and there will always be accusations of, okay, what is happening under the hood? And yes, you may be, it's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. You are Dr. Jekyll, but there's probably somebody slaving away in a sweatshop behind the scenes whom you are not willing to talk about. And I think as a group, I think we've also, done a lot of soul searching about, are we just transferring the problem somewhere else? Are electric vehicles truly green? Because manufacturing electric vehicles and batteries is hugely carbon intensive. And you have the elephant in the room, which we're not talking about, which is who's going to recycle all these batteries. Exactly. Is there going to be a poor kabadiwala somewhere, fiddling and trying to recycle these? But I think we agree 100% with what he said, that it is much easier to deal with these, at a larger scale and at the, the forward end or the backward end of the chain, depending on which way you look at it, rather than trying to deal with, 13 million vehicles all pumping out smoke.
Right. Thanks, Malvika. Rahul, sorry, you had a longish pause because we went that way and we came back this way. But at a time like this, and I think in one of your earlier roles in Maruti, you were also part of product planning. At a time like this, when era-defining changes are going on globally, if you look around, many car companies are getting into mining, directly, indirectly, buying companies, buying mining companies, getting control of all those metals. Many people highly placed at, say, Apple and other technology companies are moving to car companies because car companies now want to be techies as well, right? They want to control software, electronics, lots. So at a time like this, how do you really plan your product portfolio? It can't be an easy job, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm. So, I think I'll combine your thought with Malvika's thought that a large part of the effort should be in domestic manufacturing of the components that go into the new technology, or the new energy vehicle, so to say, whether it is electric or hydrogen or any new technology that reduces carbon. So I'll agree with her, and I'll agree with you also, that unless we are producing them domestically, unless we are producing jobs from them locally within India, we are not doing a full service to mankind in this energy transition. Now, the next question, as you rightly mentioned, is the moment we talk about new electric, it opens up a plethora of, there's a wide portfolio where the car manufacturer or the vehicle manufacturer could focus his efforts on. When we talk about lithium, for example, and for example, we have one lithium ion cell plant in Gujarat running, exporting. We have started construction on another plant. The first one is hybrid, the second one will be electric batteries. And the thought of which chemistry or which technology will come in tomorrow keeps, of course, bothering us. And the concern that, you have put in investment, you have locked in investment with a particular chemistry, and things might change after some time and your viability could be under doubt. All those kind of pressures exist. Lithium, and Mr. Munjal also mentioned that dependence on lithium is important. So at the global scale, the parent companies are securing contracts with mines, etc. Having said that, between the cell, the electrode and electrolytes and the mining, there are more value-add steps which are highly volume intensive. So it's not very easy for us to go to the last step and concentrate there. We would rather keep focus and stay in a particular, in our zone of action. The next point is about electronics. Yes, a lot of electronics is getting into the car with and without. Globally, there are three themes in technology when you talk to our, when I go to the OECA meetings. Connected cars, driverless cars, and
For the benefit of the audience, can you describe OECA?
I'm so sorry. OECA is the Global Auto Industry Association. It's an association of associations. So I represent SIAM in OECA. SIAM is Society of Indian Auto Manufacturers. So we have about 30 odd countries participating in OECA. So we have a global dialogue twice a year. So whenever we go, in all our global auto industry meetings, there are three technologies that prominently, take up all the conversations. Within, of course, some of these, the relevance to India is highly debatable in some of these. But because of the new energy conversion and because of other reasons, whether it is connected cars or automated driving, etc., a lot of electronics is entering the car. And therefore, we have to be, very contemporary in terms of electronics, controls, mechatronics, software, etc. And it's very common that we are investing hugely in both electronics and software and the R&D of both.
Thanks, Rahul. Let me ask you a question which will also apply to Mr. Jaggi. I noticed that your company is already deploying BYD cars, right?
Yeah.
Now, most product-driven industries, they often come to an inflection point. Say iPhone in smartphones or Maruti 800, right? Now, Mr. Elon Musk is talking about a 20 lakh rupee Tesla. How will that, will that change the game for electric cars in India? Because even as Mr. Munjal's industry has taken off in a significant way, electric cars remain a small percentage. How will a 20 lakh Tesla change things?
So, sir, our long-standing opinion on this has been that the hockey stick curve that we are all referring to will happen, or what we will say is maybe the geo moment of telephony, etc., is when we will get an electric car which is 300 kilometer range at a $10,000 price point. So 20 lakhs I still don't think is going to make any difference. Hardly maybe less than 5% of all cars sold in the country might be above 20 lakh rupee price point. And maybe Bharti sir will have greater details on it.
I agree.
India will change. India will change when we have a $10,000 car with a 300-kilometer range. Every home, every individual will only buy electric when we have a $10,000 car and 300-kilometer range. That's in my opinion the holy grail of where the electric mobility industry has to get to. So I think a lot of OEMs are working towards it, and hopefully we'll get to that inflection point soon. And instead of talking about the hockey curve, actually see the hockey curve.
If Rahul says yes, it will become tomorrow's headline.
I leave it to him. I think you already.
$10,000, 300 kilometers range.
I'm going to
And
add
a 10,000 order car from Blue Smart.
I'm going to add another complexity to the equation, which is, in this case, the inflection point, has some externalities also. So at some point of time, the grid management, the charging infrastructure, the space available for charging will definitely pose a challenge. Charging an electric car is like two ACs together. So imagine if in localized areas, imagine what it does to the grid. So at some point of time, of course, I mean, India will race ahead, no doubt. But we'll have our own sets of surprises, challenges, happy moments, eureka moments. But life, honestly, will not be so continuous and so, I mean, it won't be off a beautiful picture out of the screen. It will be a real life.
Got it. Let me pause here and invite questions from the audience. If anyone has a question, somebody will get a microphone to you. If you don't mind, introduce yourself and ask your question. I see a hand going up there, gentleman in white shirt.
Hello, I am Sumit. I am a founding director at the Center for Computational Economics, which is a policy consulting firm. My question is that since obviously as an economy, we are a lot concerned about creating jobs and boosting the manufacturing sector. So my question is that there are no two thoughts when it comes to, adopting technology, because obviously we want to have environmental sustainable solutions and having net zero emission. But what about having global players invest in India? We have a couple of entities which are working great work in EV technology abroad as well, right? I mean, recently I think Build Your Dreams made an announcement that they will be investing some money in India, right? So what should be the Indian policy when it comes to promoting investment abroad in EV space, to be precise? Thanks.
Yeah. Is your question targeted at any specific panelist, or is this?
Probably Malvika can answer.
So, as a country, I think India can obviously take all the foreign investment that it gets. And we have a huge opportunity to capture manufacturing in this space. Whereas I think in mobile phones and even in software and even to some extent in the renewable sector, not as many jobs were created because the manufacturing sector didn't grow as much as services did. But, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm dodging the question, but I think, obviously we want foreign investment to come in, but at the same time, we have a fabulous homegrown industry. And, and I think they are perfectly capable of doing it on their own as well, if the environment is right. Because I think our companies have a lot to teach the world as well. So, we get them in, obviously, but we can't wait for them to be the ones to pull it off.
Anybody else?
I have a question here.
Yeah. Yes, the gentleman there.
Hi, this is Saurabh Mohan Saxena, coming from the industry only, auto industry. I have a question to Rahul and maybe then to for the electric charging and all. we have a lot of vehicle park available, and of course, like around 350 to 400 million vehicles are right now running on the road, and there's a solution of climate, and we are talking about the climate change. So one is a migration to a new technology, which is EV, and it's happening, and it should be done with all with all what we are doing right now. Other is the current vehicle which are running on the road and excreting the bad gases. So one solution in terms of what is there anything like an OEM you're doing, like it happened for CNG at one curve, it became an unorganized market, then it was taken over by OEMs and all that. Since I'm coming from a background, I'm working in the field of hydrogen, bringing it from future to now as a retrofitment solution onto any car which can run on hydrogen and mix the vehicle and reduce the emission, tailpipe emission. Now, so my question is from an OEM standpoint, and you are visiting OICA also, is there those kind of retrofitment, the innovation piece is being put into those plans and the curves, which are big. Of course, energy is a geopolitical game and all that. And other is on the side of financing part of it and how your P&L story in terms of the asset ownership, as you talked about, in terms of owning the product of retrofitment and then putting as a solution to the end consumer. Any thoughts of yours?
Okay.
Would be great.
Honestly, on retrofit, not much discussion is happening. And there are several challenges and reasons why. The reason is today the regulatory stringency on new cars has gone up by several orders of magnitude. And people are very, very particular that all aspects, whether it is safety, emission, durability, in-service performance, many such parameters are very heavily controlled. One is not sure how much you can do it in a retrofit model. There are questions around durability, warranty, safety of the customer that need to be addressed. So if some entrepreneurial initiative can help address that, I mean, the government should welcome, which can address the regulatory issues also around these topics. Financing, I don't know what the question.
Are we going to own retrofitted cars? If the quality and safety is above par, we can assure a ride which is safe and does not have any breakdowns and is good for our customers. Are we happy to buy retrofitted electric cars or hydrogen cars? Doesn't make any difference to us. Safety and quality being paramount.
My question was more to in terms of your financing bit of it. I think
we'll be happy to own those assets, and there's enough financing market available for second-hand cars. So don't think that's an issue.
True value is like the.
Yeah. But do you fear, Mr. Jaggi, that one day a cab company will come and say only hydrogen cars?
फेयर क्यों सर, खुद ही कर देंगे. फेयर किस लिए करना है?
That's what I was just talking.
Right. So I think there is a question from the audience. Somebody can please get a microphone here.
Good afternoon. It's not a question but an observation. I'm Inder Vajwa, managing worker at TAP1 Group. We are the pioneers of organizing the international forums all over the world, primarily now in India for the last 20 years. We were doing it fossil energy, the normal energy for the last 20 years in the eastern part of the country. And the government dialogue has been that alternate energies, clean energies, So we are doing it now in November this year. Fossil energy event, which has also gone 100% bigger than the last edition done a year back. So there is also demand, there is also higher technology, so that is also going up. Because I know that will also go up because overall energy demand will go up. But the alternate energy which we have posed, and now there is a panel between these two energies, and we are doing electric vehicles also and alternate energy also. So this is a great platform which the government is wanting us to create, comparison, and both for the four-wheelers, three-wheelers, commercial vehicles, passenger vehicles, two-wheelers. So that is an activity which will happen in November, where the western and the eastern part of the country, particularly, West Bengal, Odisha, Jharkhand, all of the northern eastern states, even UP is coming in a very big way, even Delhi government wants to come in a big way. So this is an event which will give an opportunity to all those innovators and thought-provoking.
Great, sir.
Thank you.
Sounds very good. Thank you for your observation.
Thank you.
And the heads up about
Thank
the
you.
event. We'll all be interested.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the audience? There are two hands going up, one striped shirt, one in white shirt. Please introduce yourself and if you can indicate which panelist you would like to respond, that will be helpful.
Hello. Yeah, I am Sanjay Nagpal. I am sales head in PMI, and we are one of the manufacturers of electric buses. Malvika had a query about how soon Delhi is going to see electric buses. Delhi has already tendered out close to 5,000 buses, and PMI is going to supply around 50% of those buses. But the biggest challenge is arranging finance. Most of these contracts are GCC contracts, and we face lot of difficulties because STUs, they don't have any credit ratings, all those things. Second, my query is to Mr. Munjal. How soon do you see a tier 1, tier 2 supply chain getting developed, or do we keep on importing things from China and then manufacture them here as the end product and supply them to the market? The tier 1, tier 2 system has to grow. Somehow government has to support that entire manufacturing ecosystem.
Thank you, Mr. Nagpal. You have helped me. You have done part of my job. These two questions were lined up. Mr. Munjal, would you like to? Or Malvika? Sure. Malvika, just to add to that, you mentioned in one of our chats about concessionaire, right? So you will, yeah, thanks.
Yeah. So, in IFC, we're organized along 3 verticals. So we have a manufacturing, a financial services, and an infrastructure vertical. So I am particularly biased towards the infrastructure vertical because that's my team. And, so the projects that I personally or selfishly would want to finance are the projects, where let's say you have a 500 bus contract with Delhi government and you have a robust concession and we fund you for that. And it's, a 10 or 15 or whatever your concession. And we see visible and very dramatic impact on the roads. So we're all waiting for that to take off. I think the struggle, and maybe because it's early days yet, is that nobody is quite sure what the risk allocation should be. Who should take the technology risk? Should it be the STU? Should it be the bus manufacturer? Should it be the person who's operating the buses? And secondly, who should take the credit risk? Because the STUs, as we all know, similar to the discoms in the power sector, all have stressed finances. And I think until we come up with a fair allocation of risk to the party that is best placed to bear it, we will not see the sector taking off. And again, I am optimistic because we have seen this evolution in the power sector where you had state discom projects, but then you had a huge boom in the sector once you had SECI coming in and NTPC coming in because people were willing to take risk on SECI. I think the government is quite mindful of that. They've seen the results in the power sector and they've tried to replicate that in the wastewater treatment sector through the Clean Ganga project, where again they've come up with a tripartite structure so that you're not stuck taking, XYZ state Jal Nigam risk. So I think, it's probably not moving as fast as you or I would like, but that is the only way it will scale up. I think we have to seriously think about what is missing in the concession and how do we get the private sector to get comfortable and how do we get lenders to get comfortable. Because, there are some risks that lenders can take and some that we absolutely should not be taking. But the potential is huge, right? I mean, every city is starved for public transport and buses. And I think for manufacturers as well, it's a great opportunity if we can get the structure right. Thanks.
Thank you, Malvika. Mr. Munjal?
So that's a bit of a misnomer that parts are being imported, etc. That's absolutely not the case. Now the challenge is not so much as getting the parts here, but selecting which vendor you want to work with, because that tier 1, tier 2 is already established here. Now that is not across the entire value chain. Cells, for that matter, are still not manufactured in India. You have no option but to rely on imports. Chips are not. Now they're coming in. Now they're manufacturing. The chips, for that matter, are still not made in India. The magnets, we don't have the source of magnets in India. So see, we are living in a global economy right now. And there are certain parts for which you will have to rely on imports, and you will also be exporting a number of parts to other countries. So the market now is ripe for all of this. The establishment of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 vendor base is already done. The issues that you read, and that's, I guess, where this is coming from, is at a time when the industry, the entire two-wheeler industry was only 30,000 units a year. Now we've got a load of manufacturers here. Who's going to invest heavily into local manufacturing? This is something which we started up in 2014-15 of localizing. There was no quality supplier. In some cases, we ourselves refused to make those compromises because there was no manufacturer, there was no assembler or packager of batteries or for that matter. You know, they were doing hand welding at that point. We refused to go down that route because unless you have automated processes, it's a risk. We don't want to take that risk. But this is historical. Now is a very different situation. You've got very, very good quality manufacturers, whether it is the drivetrains, the motors, the batteries, the powertrains, everything that you will talk about. Mechanicals has always been here because that translates from IC engine to here. So it's only the electricals, the electronics, the telematics, the software, the BMSs, and the batteries, etc., which are new when it comes to electric. So that's all well established. That's a misnomer that these parts are being imported.
Thank you. There was another. Oh, Karthik, you have a question? Great. Yeah. Can somebody get up?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can you just wait for 1 second? There was another person who raised his hand first. Yeah. Go on, please.
Hi, this is Akshay Rana from Evlion Technology. My first question is to Mr. Munjal. You mentioned something about the FAME 2 subsidy. Now, probably will be the FAME 3. Do you feel that it's too early for the government to change the subsidy, as in it's from 40% to 15% has really impacted the uptake of two-wheelers? And you mentioned something about passing the subsidy directly to the customer. The customer basically applying for the subsidy and getting it. So I'm sure that all the electric vehicle manufacturers would have proposed this to the government. So why, what was the hindrance for the government to implement this subsidy rule? And my second question would be to Malvika ma'am. Since you spoke about the infrastructure of charging for the electric vehicle charging, battery swapping versus fixed batteries, where do you see the future for two-wheelers and three-wheelers specifically?
Mr. Munjal.
So, okay, so to answer your question first, see these things, policies and incentives or whatever be the case, have to be built in the long term, for the long term. The FAME 2 policy, when it came out, was a 3-year policy to start with, and there were certain guidelines, there were certain numbers, and which were there for it. Could achieve. Investments are not going to come in a heavy manner if you don't have long-term policies, or at least you know where it is headed. The minute it became 5 years, and the minute it went from 15% capping to 40%, 10,000 rupees to 15,000 rupees, the market started exploding. The infrastructure, the ecosystem, the manufacturing, the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers, everything began to fall in place. So it's all a matter of economics. It's all a matter of volume. It's a matter of viability for manufacturers. End of the day, most of the automotive manufacturers are conduits. They are assemblers. They are no longer hardcore manufacturers as they used to be. You know, Maruti is a hardcore manufacturer, so they would be doing majority of the parts themselves. In electric vehicles, most of the parts get manufactured outside. We don't make the batteries ourselves. We don't make the drivetrains ourselves. So the economics are there, came in because of these policies which came in, which generated the volume, and everything else began to fall in place. Now, changing from 40% to 15%, it has an impact. It will have an impact. So these things have to be tapered down in the long run, that, you know, once I hit that number, I'm going to taper it down. Once it hits a certain number, I'm going to taper it down, and eventually you're going to finish it. Like I said earlier, we are not great believers of subsidized business models. In fact, we built a business model even right now. Our product range is agnostic of subsidies. Should subsidies come, it helps in demand generation, not so much on our bottom line or anything of that sort. And it is a good idea to pass it directly on to the customers, so the companies don't come into the picture at all, because at the end of the day, we also pass it on to the customers. But it's a challenge for us then to get those subsidies back, which have been passed on to customers, as the industry is facing at this point of time. Whatever be the case, miscommunication, whatever is the case, why, for whatever reason, those subsidies are stopped, but it impacts the industry as a whole. So it's a good idea to do that, and I hope in the next FAME 3 or whatever comes in, whichever way it is, it's passed on directly to the customer by the government. We as companies, as OEMs, don't want to come in the way of taking subsidies and then passing it on. It's a nightmare for us to upload all that data, collect all that data, get those clearances, and then try and recover those subsidies. It's not a pleasant surprise situation for us.
For the last question, can somebody get a microphone here, please? We are very much out of time.
Yeah, so this is a question to Malvika. I think you very nicely mentioned about SECI playing a pivotal role to create a renewable energy industry altogether into India. In fact, CESL did something similar for electric buses. Knowing very well the public transport is in need of an hour in our country, and electric bus can contribute in a major way for decarbonization. And in fact, there are some formal stakeholders of CESL also in the audience. Is it possible to throw a light at what has gone wrong there? And secondly, why CESL needs to give a 24 months of timeline to deploy, let's say, 500 buses? Well, we all know that it can be done in 6 months or 8 months' time. Sorry, it might be a difficult question. Sorry about that.
Yeah. No, I think the 24-month question is probably best addressed to the people who have put that in place. I think for us, and we should probably take this offline for a detailed discussion, I think there has been a lot of uncertainty about the technology. I think we have not yet had, the chips falling down in the way that they've started happening in the two-wheeler sector and even in the four-wheeler sector, where, we have a broad sense of what are the credible vehicles that can be financed and what is their track record. I think in buses, it has still been a little bit all over the place. And I think, developers have also been exploring a very wide range of options, ranging from bus builders to Chinese companies to the Indian manufacturers. So I think there has been some hesitance because of not having a track record of buses to finance. The second is, I think there is still a perception that the risk allocation is somewhat skewed and that you need to have another entity in place that is, in a way, lending its balance sheet and its full credibility to the people who are financing the buses. Because I think as financiers, you're willing to take market risk to some extent. We're even willing to take promoter risk, that the promoter, maybe we made a misjudgment on the promoter or whatever. But I think for a public service, I think the basic creditworthiness of the off-taker, I think that is the risk that we want a little bit more support on. And that's worked very well in the power sector. But again, I think, it's not that the government has not been doing anything. I think a lot of, very brilliant people have been working on this, and they've also been course correcting based on the feedback. I would say we're 90% of the way there. It's just that last 10% that can give it the push.
Thank you, Malvika. I lost track of time. I think I got lost in the discussion. We have overshot our time frame. I can see Vinu is looking uncomfortable. Vinu, over to you.
Am I audible now? Damn, am I audible now? Thank you very much. And here's hoping that we see more vehicles with the green number plates on the roads, not just private vehicles, the Nexons and the Hectors, like Malvika said, but also, public transport. And Mr. Jaggi, I think you would have succeeded in converting some in our audience to, blue smart with your good deed of the day point. We will get into the second panel discussion right after this because one of our panelists has to catch a flight. But before that, I would like to invite Ms. Sangeeta Kheura, Vice President, Business Standard, to present the mementos to the panelists and say a few words. And Sachin Fansikar, Standard.
vehicles in India.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are from the LSI Group. We are a technical and financial consultancy firm. We've already had a very good, insightful session from the very erudite panel that we had here, and it's given us some very thought-provoking ideas and what is happening in the industry. And we just wanted to add to that with this little research report that we've come out with, and this could be availed at the counter outside, just outside the banquet hall. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, without whom it would not have been possible to organize such an event. Our associate sponsor, Tesco, Charge Zone and Billion. Co-sponsors, LIC Financial Services, PMI and State Bank of India. Association partner, SMEV, and our usual 24 Frames, our webcast partner. Thank you so much. Over to you, Vinu.
Thank you, Sangeeta. We'll welcome back and we'll begin the second panel discussion of the day. The topic is becoming Atmanirbhar in EVs. And I'd like to invite our panelists on stage. We have Mr. Vikram Handa, Managing Director of Epsilon Advanced Materials. Mr. Arpit Agarwal, Partner and Lead, Climate Tech and EV, Bloom Ventures. Mr. Kartikeya Hirani, Managing Director of Texo Charge Zone. And Mr. Randhir Singh, CEO and founder of 4C Advisors. Before this, he was Senior Specialist and Director E-Mobility at Niti Aayog. Moderating the discussion will be Mr. Suveen Sinha, Chief Content Editor of Business Standard.
Thank you, Vinu. Thank you very much. Yes. So, welcome to the panelists again. It's great to have you all here. And we have quite a group here. So, Randhir, you just left Niti Aayog. Of course, Karthik is setting up all the charging points, and Arpit has just come out with a 175 slide EV primer, and trust me, every slide has something to offer. Mr. Handa, of course, the big announcement, investment in the US, it's just so wonderful to see an Indian company making such a headline. So now that this is where we are in terms of being a country, and we have companies doing it, and we have think tank, and we have venture capital here. Let's just first address the topic of this discussion, which is Atmanirbhar. Of course, is borrowed from where, but it rings a bell. It's not an empty term, and it requires probably, to use a cliche, a 360-degree approach to things. Why don't we start, Arpit, since you have been leading the thought process on this, should we start with you about how we can become self-reliant in this area?
I heard one of the panelists. Hi, my name is Arpit. I work with Bloom Ventures. We are an early stage venture capital firm. We have been investing very actively in electric vehicles ecosystem for about 6 to 7 years. One of the important things, Suveen, that has happened, I think one of the panelists in the previous panel said, governments cannot avoid the fact that you have to create jobs on the ground. While, of course, you have to clean pollution, reduce dependence on oil, jobs is something which is very, very important to India, and as any other country, of course. And from the perspective of jobs, manufacturing has to be the answer. You can do enough in services, but manufacturing has to be the answer. Therefore, it is a national priority. I think if you wake up a senior government official and ask them what are the priorities, jobs would be number one in their mind all the time. This is what matters to politicians. This is what matters to people, and it is rightly aligned. From that perspective, you start thinking about it. What are the priorities for the country, including all of us in private sector here? Is that we will have to create more and more manufacturing. And where can there be most manufacturing is where there is demand. There are two kinds of demand possible. There is an international demand, foreign demand, or there could be domestic demand. Indian ability to cater to global demand has been, in terms of manufacturing, has not been that great. Of course, we are doing very good in several sectors, but wherever we have domestic demand is something where you have a lot of leverage. As a consequence, from the policy perspective, there has never been a clear guidance than saying there has to be done. More and more manufacturing has to move to India. We will have to do component manufacturing, semiconductor manufacturing, charger manufacturing, vehicle manufacturing, and all kind of things that is required to get this done. And hence, at least in my mind, there is no escaping from this reality. What has happened, however, is that in doing so, sometimes, right kind of policy maker with the right kind of intent, and I've been very happy to see what the direction policy has been taking. In doing so, sometimes you push a little too hard, industry pushes back. When you push a little too hard, industry pushes back, or participant pushes too hard and you push back. And which is as a good, well-functioning ecosystem should perform. It is very clear that more and more manufacturing, we will become a lot more Atmanirbhar than we have been so far. There are some very tough problems to be solved. For example, in case of electric vehicles particularly, advanced cell chemistry is a very tough problem to be solved. It requires a lot of investment. Investment requires a lot more demand to be based in India. The PLI scheme, we are hoping the next 2 years we'll see a lot more gigafactories coming online. It is not just that. There is also components. For example, do we get great quality motors being manufactured in India? It is not happening enough. Do we get great quality BMS is manufactured in India? Not enough. Do we get great quality all the other electrical components in India? Not enough at all. So there is a lot more headroom to grow. So this panel, I think everyone will align one thing, that is a lot more headroom for us to move a lot of manufacturing or a lot of component sourcing from across the world, global value chain to India value chain. What we can do together as an industry is that we can make sure that we are growing very fast, and we are making sure that we are looking at long-term interests in mind, and that will align inevitably to having a lot more component manufacture in India.
Thank you, Arpit. Mr. Handa, Arpit touched upon component manufacturing and a lot of manufacturing otherwise, and your company has really, in a short time, I think you have emerged as a force to reckon with in the area of manufacturing related to EV batteries, and like I mentioned earlier, announcing a sizable investment in the US. But whenever the talk of manufacturing arises, there is an inevitable comparison with China. Now, would you like to touch upon how EV-related manufacturing in India is panning out for you? What are the challenges and how are you addressing them?
Yeah, so obviously China is the elephant in the room, and I think geopolitically, whether it's India, Europe or the US, everybody's concerned about the kind of investments they have maintained and the control they have in the supply chain. So if you actually look at what China has done really well, and I think a lot of it has been policy driven very strongly, is that they might not have lithium, graphite, nickel or cobalt, but they have gone out and secured this, whether it's Australia, Africa, Canada, a lot of these, South America, wherever these minerals are available, and they develop this huge processing industry in China. So you literally have policy coming down saying, look, electrification is going to happen. Companies like CATL and BYD go out and start finding anode companies, cathode companies, and they start giving them contracts to say, guys, start building because we are going to build. And in the last 10 years, the whole supply chain gets created. Right? We are a company that are making the graphite anode in India. So it's 25% of the cell by volume and about 15% by value. We are also going to be making the cathode in India. So we think as a company we can provide about 60% of a cell to a customer. We have no ambition of making the cell ourselves. Right now, to give you the challenges in getting into this space, one is obviously technology and scaling up of technology that has its own challenges. in this industry, you can do a lot in the lab. You can get great results at a lab scale of a few kgs. But the moment you want to move to tons and 1,000 tons and tens of thousands of tons, it's a whole other challenge to control cost. We have actually announced a bigger investment in India. Last year we announced a 9,000 crore investment in Karnataka to build a 100,000 ton graphite anode plant, which we hope to break ground before the end of the year. Right? The challenge for us is the customer is not ready today. Right? You don't have whether PLI winners or other people who didn't win the PLI, they're not ready to take our material. So how does this industry develop without the customer being there? We have taken the approach that, look, where is the customer today? The customer today is mostly in North America. The auto OEMs are very focused. They brought in the Korean cell makers. Europe has a lot of gigafactories, large-scale gigafactories, 20, 30 gigawatt hours being built. So we are trying to build plants in India to focus on these customers. We want to be completely export-oriented from 2025 when our first phase comes up. And at the same time, build facilities in Europe and North America. And I see 2027 as the inflection point where Indian demand will start. And then we want to be India for India. So, but this industry needs scale, it needs customers to drag you with them. And that hasn't happened in India yet. That is the biggest challenge.
What do you think, when you say that 2027 will be the inflection point, great. What will change by 2027? Will the scale change? Will the economies of scale change? So you are saying that you will have a lot of customers in India. That's what you're saying, right? What will change?
So let me tell you how we qualify with the customer. I think it's quite interesting to understand that also. So today you take a Korean cell maker. He tells us, look, this is my spec of the graphite anode. I give him a few kgs of that material. He takes 6 months to test it. He comes back, he says, okay, change something, change this. I would like a quick charge product. I want a long range product. Now we know how graphite gives that. So we make a new product. It takes us a couple of months. He takes another 6 months to test it because he's also making cells on his side. Right now, then he says, okay, now it's good. Now give me a few tons. Right? So you give him a few tons, and then he says he takes another year to qualify you. So now 2 years have gone by. You have not earned any revenue. You're just in the process of qualification. But then once he qualifies you, he gets into agreements with you, and 8 years you are his supplier. So it's like it's a long gestation, but once you qualify, you are in the supply chain, you cannot be replaced. So that is the challenge over here. Today, Indian cell companies are starting off small. They're talking about 1 gigawatt hour. It will take them time to stabilize that. Then it will be 5 gigawatt hours, 10 gigawatt hours. So a 100,000 ton plant that we want to set up in India caters to 100 gigawatt hours. In 2030, India should have about 220 gigawatt hours between EV and ESS. So there's a lot of headroom to grow, and a lot more companies needed to enter this space as well.
So is this 8-year cycle what is making the case difficult for you to get more customers here as of now?
So how customers work is that they need you. Actually, because this supply chain doesn't exist outside China. Today, 2.5 million tons of graphite are made globally. Out of 2.5, 2.45 are made in China, to give you an idea, right? It's so dependent on China. In 2030, about 15 million tons will be needed globally. Out of that 15 million tons, 13 million tons will still come out of China. So you're only talking 2 million tons outside China between Indian companies, European companies, and American companies. Even to cater to 2 million tons of graphite, the investment needed is so big. So you need customers to kind of drag you with them, and you need a lot of funding to grow these projects.
Okay, coming to Karthik, hi. So charging infrastructure, right? In fact, Mr. Jaggi acknowledged your role in setting up their infrastructure. So the popular view and the correct view, I would say, is that had there been a widespread charging infrastructure already before the EV drive began, we might be seeing a different picture right now, right? How are you doing it? And you seem to have quite a bit of traction going. Have you done something differently? Is there, to use a much used word, is there an innovation at play? How are you gaining scale in this?
Yes, Subin. So let me try to answer the first part of the question. Had there been a more effective charging infra, would the entire picture of EV business or EV industry in India would have been different? The answer is yes. Now, we also need to be vocal about some misplaced priorities out here. Now, for example, Government of India came up with the FAME 2 subsidy also for EV charging infrastructure, which was designed, skewed a little bit between various charging protocol, unfortunately. The industry wasn't consulted, to my knowledge, that whether it has to be a particular charging connector, should be a DC charging, AC charging, and so on. And the subsidies then were given away to PSUs, which unfortunately haven't gotten into a better form of execution in the field. So this is the first reality. Now, what we did differently? Yeah. So we realized that the way to expand our business is that we are going to invest and set up high-speed charging station, which caters to roughly, let's say, 15 to 20% of your mobility requirements, because 80% or 85% will be catered through your home charging solutions. So that was one very clear thought process. We also then realized that we are maybe going to be, we'll probably start generating demand. Yeah, are we going to do that? The answer was probably yes. And thereafter, we took a first plunge of setting up high-speed charging station for electric buses. That was the first opportunity, and hence this question came, to Malvika and CSL and funding and everything. So gradually, as we expanded post-COVID, we started taking the first or low-hanging fruits in the fleet electrification. So the bus is what we started off. Then we started off with fleet of electric cars, worked with Blue Smart and then Snappy Cabs and Everest Fleet, Uber Green, and so on and so forth. So we started attracting capital, because after all, an EV charging infrastructure business is capex driven. So somehow, end of last calendar year, the capital started flowing into our business. We started then realizing that, yeah, now there's still a long way to work, but let's start looking at how we do the business model between the EV charging in B2B and B2C space. So B2B is EV charging fleet and B2C is our public charging network. Now, once we crossed or rather became a bit positive on a public charging network last quarter, that was a major confidence booster to us, and said, fine, here we are now, let's start working with or start participating with various automotive OEMs. So now what has changed last quarter compared to the previous quarters is, for the first time, the automotive OEMs started getting involved into building up this EV charging network. Now, it's a disappointment in a way that while this needs to be done by somebody else. So I'd like to quote from one of the former CEO of Renault, who said that when 100 years ago when I started designing and manufacturing cars, I didn't build refineries, I did not build highways, I did not build petrol pumps, because that was a job of somebody else, right? Now in EV space, that's not the case. And while the job of somebody else is, let's say, an oil and gas company, for example, or is it a CPOs like us, for example, but somehow the traction, and it's a chicken and egg story, because EV charging companies are saying, I don't know when these vehicles are getting launched, they are not enough. The biggest player of automotive player in India is still yet to make a decision. Yeah, is he going to make a decision of launching a new car? Similarly, on the commercial vehicles, I don't know when the intercity buses will come, where the trucks will come. So, a lot of questions then answered, to be honest. So my probably, if I were to ask Prime Minister Modi ji today, can EV be a national priority now? Because before it becomes a national emergency, that's the question we need to ask today.
Well, I can't tell you how refreshing it is to have a panelist who speaks like this. Yes, this was wrong. Yes, this was right. Which means obviously I'll move to Randhir next. Randhir, what role can the government play in this Atmanirbhar thing? Just off the top of my mind, do we need a graded tax structure? For instance, electric cars are at 5% GST, but hybrid cars are at 28% GST. And you know this much better than me. How can, from the policy angle, can we support this?
First of all, thank you for having me here. I was hearing some of the views on the last
panel also, and there were many discussions around financing and other things, but let's focus on the manufacturing part here. So as we move from upstream, midstream to downstream in the manufacturing side, the gestation period actually increases multifold. It's not the straight line actually, it increases multifold, and that's where the Vikram was telling that it takes 6 months, 1 year and all. You know, the irony is we don't have even those test labs wherein you can actually get those 6 months even done here. We don't have those labs. So even though advanced chemistry cell program is being done and successfully in the execution phase right now, but where those cells will be tested, there are a lot of clauses and other things that 25% localization in 2 years, 60% after 5 years after the program signing agreement. But where those cells will be tested, the first lot of cells would be ready with the manufacturers by the mid of 2024. And the lot is actually huge. We have done, top line calculations, and I don't think even 4 or 5 labs to the capacity of internationally the way they are doing right now would be sufficient even. And we don't have even one lab which actually can do the testing of that size. No one can do. So the question revolves not only around the manufacturing but the aid to manufacturing. Who is going to supply that sort of information to them in a short period of time so that the downstream manufacturing actually works faster? Wherein we talk about we cannot manufacture anode and cathode, it's fine. But we also don't have the data for that. Even if some startup today starts working on this, where they will go for their material testing? The cost outside is huge. We don't have those things. So not only the gestation period, in fact, the questions around manufacturing within the EV or the sunrise sector are very, very different. I have seen it from both the sides, and of course from the other side now I am seeing. But within the automotive industry also, when we talk about the parts, what Naveen was talking about, that yes, tier 2 suppliers has developed, but what about tier 3 and below that? Those are not yet developed. Even the very small, in fact in some cases, some of the, I don't want to take the name, some of the OEMs are even importing the nuts and bolts. This is the reality, So when we talk about the manufacturing, a lot of things needs to be done, but from the policy side, there is a viability gap for sure downstream side. Not only this gestation period, and that is where the government can play a humongous role, that viability gap. That has to be filled in through fiscal and the non-fiscal measures both. It's not only that the subsidy or the incentive part has to go. There are many non-fiscal incentives also which can be provided. Even one very simple thing is in terms of the approvals, regulatory approvals and all. The recycling side, it's, there is one report I have done last time and one report which will be launched on the 19th during the G20. Of course, I am out of Niti, but that report is already done and it will be launched. So what I found is across the globe, around 66 factories we visited.
As in day after tomorrow it will be launched?
Yes.
In Goa, is it?
In Goa, yeah. So, tomorrow in fact.
Oh, tomorrow? Okay.
Tomorrow.
19th.
It's
okay.
tomorrow.
Okay.
So what we found is, within the Asia Pacific, people want to come here, recyclers. They want to come here in our country. But they also want the surety that once their plant is up and running, there is a regulatory certainty in terms of the imports and the exports. Black mass import, black mass export, raw material in terms of the battery import, raw material in terms of the black mass export. All those certainties plus the viability gap, because it's also a capex intensive. How this is going to be filled in, what are the things which federal level as well as the state level will be provided. So all these issues needs to be studied as well as addressed. Both things needs to be done. It's not that, okay, this is the solution, please do it. It's not like that.
Yeah, just to be clear, if you do want to take names about OEMs who are importing nuts and bolts, we will stand by you. So don't hesitate at all.
I agree. But in my new role, I want a business from them.
But no, if there is no binding confidentiality clause applying right now, when you were at Niti Aayog, which was till very recently, what were the discussions like? Many of these points that you raised. Arpit, I'm aware you have to leave in a few minutes. I'll just come back to you. But what was the thinking like? What was the direction being taken?
So, of course, it's just 1 month back, but I must say the thinking is very positive around this incentivizing these areas for sure. And so many representations has been received by the government from the downstream companies and the midstream companies regarding this viability gap, of course. I must say the way it's a gestation period is higher during in the manufacturing. Similarly, in the decision making also, the gestation period is bit higher. it increases proportionally with the type of complexity it involves for the manufacturing. The domain specialization, for the advanced chemistry cell program, we did the stakeholder consultation, everything for 2.5 years. And this is not only external stakeholder consultation and convincing, it's internal also. So when something very domain specific and specialized comes out, and this is something which is not, everybody is learning for long. You need to go and convince everyone. There are finances involved and all. So it takes some time. But the good part is the sensitization is there. The discussion has started and it's in positive direction. That's what I can say at max.
Great, thanks. Arpit, we'll have a few minutes here. So, listening to everyone here, did we become too ambitious in choosing our topic here, this Atmanirbhar in EV? I mean, is it a long shot? Are we very far from it? Where do we really stand? How do you see the path ahead?
I don't think we have a choice. So whether we may be 90% not there, 10% there, and eventually it will become 80% there and 20% not there, this is a path, and I think Randhir rightly mentioned, it is going to take a long time to figure out every single piece, align all those ducks in one row and then shoot them. If you do not start, it will never happen. And then you have to keep iterating all those approaches to make sure that suddenly, eventually, something's happening. For example, I was very surprised that that high quality component manufacturing has begun to happen in India, even in automotive grade components, which is great. Hasn't happened so far, but this is very good. I was surprised to see, and again, I don't come from manufacturing or auto industry. I was surprised to see that very high quality manufacturing is happening, and automation has been adopted in manufacturing in India at very high scale, which was surprising to me. So that's happening. If we had not put our minds together in this direction, it would never happen. So I don't think we are too aggressive on our topic. I think we are totally aligned.
Okay. But who bears the greatest responsibility in this? Who should really lead this?
There is no one who's particularly responsible for this. If there is a government, if there's a national priority of creating jobs, eventually the buck has to stop at some government or maybe some department or eventually the ministers. I don't think there is any challenge in their alignment. The topic, as Randhir rightly mentioned, is too complex. There are many, many layers. One has to unravel each of those things, understand what is best available in the world, and then align the policy in one direction. But that's an umbrella thing. Within this purview, every single manufacturer has to then evaluate what are their commercial best options. I think that if the policy is rightly designed, and if all manufacturers or people in the ecosystem are being true to their word, I don't think there is any challenge of us achieving whatever goals we have set for ourselves. I am sensing that there is definitely some degree of shortcut which is being applied, especially in the two-wheeler segment. Many manufacturers, not just a couple though, whose names are around, where people are taking a shortcut saying, okay, eventually government will agree to us and we will apply whatever pressure we can, like I was mentioning to you today earlier. I think there is some malpractice to that extent, but then I think government has become much smarter and they are staying the course. They are not for taking the bait, and rightly so. Eventually, ecosystem has to align. The good news, however, is that the new age manufacturers do not come from this background, especially in the OEM side. They come from a fresh pair of eyes. They are I wouldn't say law respecting particularly, but at least they have no baggage from past, and hence they are much more aligned to making this happen. And at least it is my deep belief that all kind of manufacturers, especially in OEM side, almost 50 to 70% of volume is always going to come from new age manufacturers, whether they are startups or they are larger companies or they are offshoots. But new age manufacturers are going to lead the way, and hence I am very hopeful that things will eventually fall in line.
Thank you. So Arpit has to leave at 7:30. If anyone in the audience has a question for him. Oh, there is a. Can somebody get a microphone there?
Thank you, Subin.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Anand and I come from an investment banking perspective. And I was waiting for this session on at least to touch upon the policy side of the discussions. You know, the last 15 years, we essentially had two plays. You know, we had a play on the energy side wherein we had the opportunity to create a manufacturing value chain on the solar EV. And then now we have the mobility. And when we look at it, we are looking at this space quite closely. You know, we pretty recently, you mentioned about BMS. We closed one of the transactions in BMS with a local tier 1, and we picked up a BMS tech from Germany. So I am seeing this space evolving quite closely. And my question to Arpit is, see the last two plays that we had, we have largely failed to build up the kind of impact that manufacturing ecosystem could be having. If you see even the new NEP, we are projecting about an addition of 5 gigawatts of solar every year over the last 5-6 years. If you look at the mobility adoption, it's going to be from now on, it's going to be massive. So, and then if you see on the PLI side, the impact which we had was limited more so towards electronics, that was mobile, mobile telephone assembly. So do you believe that on the policy side, we have been lacking, we are trying to do a catch-up, or there is an absence of void of someone looking at it holistically from the top? You know, I would like to address this to you and also to Ranveer. I think he has dabbled on the policy side quite a bit. So, this reminds, because in 2010, when the National Solar Mission was being written, at Deloitte, I was one of the persons sitting there. We were trying to plan on phase 2 as to how the entire thing came up. But then it's quite challenging for policymakers also to look at a space as to how we will make an impact on the manufacturing thing. So my thought was, as a policymakers, are we lacking something? Could there be something which we could do better?
Yeah, thank you. I didn't catch your name.
My name is Anand.
Anand, hi. Anand, Ranveer, I'm sure will agree with me because even though we do not come from the background of automotive or manufacturing, we have been studying this from a tech-first perspective, and I've also ended up making investments in 5 companies which are leaders in their segments in the EV ecosystem. I believe government has put together a fantastic policy, whether that's FAME or FAME 2, or that is PLI, or there is anything else that we have seen. And state governments are also doing whatever best they can, whether it's Delhi state or Maharashtra state or Gujarat state. To me, there is not much more that the policy can do. It is a complex matter. It will require a lot more iteration, and I think government has been willing to listen and has been willing to change their stance on multiple counts. But wherever they are, I think they are doing a good job. A few things will always be off, and one can give the feedback, one can take the feedback and improve. I don't think much more is required to be done. It is now left to the private industry, which is 95% of the job that is remaining in the ecosystem, to actually make this happen in a massive way. Ranveer?
Yeah, one word, I agree with him because this is what I have been saying earlier also. Most of the tasks which were supposed to be done has been done. In fact, if you break it down, the demand side incentive, the product side incentive, within the product also the cell and the vehicle, you can actually break it down, because energy storage and the vehicle component. So energy storage side, you already have the advanced chemistry cell program. For the vehicle side, you already have the auto PLI, and the demand incentive side, FAME 1 was there, and now FAME 2 is there. And I think the first, it was rightly done, by the way. The sequence is also very correct. For the demand is created. Once the demand is seen, then the auto PLI and the ACC PLI has been kicked off. You know, in the next 2 years, we will see the fruits coming out of this. That is where the cost will go down. You know, the upfront cost is higher. That's why you need to subsidize that gap. If the upfront cost goes down, you don't need that part. That is when the FAME will also, I don't know whether it will die or not, but this is what right now being projected at, you know. But we have the ACC and the auto PLI coming up, you know, wherein the cost will go down. So even the sequence is also right from that perspective. Definitely, as I said already, when we move further downstream, you know, that is where right now we don't have strength. It's not only we, in fact, nobody except the China and the couple of countries, nobody has that strength. And when we want to develop that strength, which is in the cathode, anode, you know, electrolyte, binders, all those sites, that is where we need a different sort of, you know, the policy as well as the strategy as a country level where we want to move on.
Karthik, you have views on FAME?
Yeah, I am okay. Let's put a pause here, yeah, for a second, and let's understand the word subsidy, right? So it's that the subsidies have actually made or killed industries around the world, right? Agriculture sector in our country is one of the victims in a way that subsidy has really not at all enriched the farmers. At the same time, we still see tomatoes at 250 rupees per kg. So there's a lot to be done. So now let's come back to the subsidy of FAME 2. The idea was a demand generation. So I think it kick-started well. Compared to FAME 1, FAME 2 was a much higher success. So that's a clear. Now the question we need to ask that which sector needs FAME 2 subsidy? Yeah. Now, so I remember one conversation we had, both myself and my colleague Ravindra Mohan here. We were called in a room by Power Secretary and asked that, are you willing to take subsidy for EV charging infrastructure? We said, okay, let us know the parameter, the boundary conditions. They said that we have to set up all kind of chargers, AC chargers, DC chargers, in a given charging station. I think we are the only one who refused, by the way. Yeah, and that was in 2019, before COVID. It's May 2019 when FAME 2 was issued just around the general elections at that point of time. And today, we are probably the few CPOs globally who are actually making money and have a business model which attracts both equity and debt. Right? Now, if this can be done in an EV charging infrastructure business, which is actually, in a sense, little difficult, yeah, than many other energy infrastructure play. So, if you talk about FAME 2 in which segment? So, incidentally, we are building up a new venture, Billion Electric Mobility, which is just part of the association with Business Standard today. We have just cut a check to Ashok Leyland to manufacture the first 100 trucks of 15 ton and 18 ton without the FAME 2 subsidy. And currently, the TCO is making sense. So, if the FAME 2 needs to be given into two-wheeler segment, because that is also meant for many other socio-economic purposes, so be it. Also three-wheelers. Four-wheelers for electric buses, for public transportation option, for various cities, yes, go ahead and do that. But if we don't need for electric cars, or if we do not need for electric trucks, then I think we can just simply keep it out of the equation. Because certain policy or a certain design, it confuses rather than encourages the growth of that particular segment. So instead of having a plain vanilla approach on the FAME 2 part, let us prioritize on the sector which is really wanting the same.
Arpit, you will let us know when you need to leave. You should leave now? Okay. Sorry for the interruption. Vikram, sorry, you had to wait a little bit. What is your approach to subsidy? You know, as Karthik is saying, you know, it can work both ways.
So I'll just follow up on what Karthik was saying. You know, in our factory in Karnataka, about a year ago, I felt like most of our raw material moves from a 20-kilometer distance. So I said, why don't we get an electric truck? Means a tanker, right? So I told my team, why don't you go look for a tanker? It's about 20-ton load that we move. They couldn't find one. You know, it was incredible that the newspaper every day, every week, there are articles about two-wheeler and four-wheeler and charging, but we couldn't find one. We finally found one from Murugappa Group. Took about 3-4 months to get it, and we launched it last month. And it has a 6-month payback, you know. So I agree with him that look, the viability is there. You don't need everything to be subsidized, right? I think again, means I've interacted with Randhir a lot when he was at Niti Aayog, and we used to discuss what the sector needs. And it was always very clear feedback. Look, we are an enabler. We're not going to come and incubate it for you. You have to figure out your own path as industry, as private players. And I think it's important for private investment to come into this space of the whole value chain. And I think the government policies have done well for like the downstream part, and now upstream there are huge challenges. I think a lot is dependent on the customer. So today if you look at ACC PLI winners or losers who are setting up capacity in India, they are not tying up with any raw material company. You can't think of one company, whether it's Exide or Ola or Reliance or Amaraja, who have gone out to anode, cathode, electrolyte, foil companies and said, guys, this is my 5-year roadmap. Here's a contract. Start building. I need you as I build, you build. Right? They're still looking at China. So what I was telling you is that, you know, you get locked into these 8-year contracts. If today you're qualifying a Chinese person because he's cheaper, then he's locked in for 8 years. He's willing to sell it to you cheaper today because he knows he's locked in for 8 years. This is the time where these Indian cell companies should go and do tie-ups with material suppliers so this industry booms on its own. We see that with European companies. I have big European auto OEMs coming, sitting with us, giving us their roadmap, saying, what can you do? What can we do to help you? What can we do to qualify you? So they're very eager to de-risk the supply chain, but for some reason in India, it's a lack of awareness. I think it takes time, and slowly there's more focus coming on what is going to happen upstream, and it will take time.
So these discussions that some of these OEMs are having with you, are they also offering to buy equity in your company?
So it's an interesting industry, right? I'll give you just example of graphite like us. We want to build this facility in the US. It's a $650 million investment for a 50,000 ton plant. 50,000 tons can cater to 50 gigawatt hours of cells. Today the US is building, I would say easily 500 gigawatt hours, right? So we are 1/10 of what they need. So the first 30,000 tons cost about $400 million to build. Auto OEMs come to us and say, look, it's a lot of capital. We don't know if, you know, everybody will build. They're all waiting for offtakes. He's willing to put money on the table today to say, build the plant for me. Here's an offtake, here's money, build it for me. That is really how this industry is growing in Europe, North America, because it is the auto OEM with the big balance sheet that is coming to you and saying, here's $100 million, here's $200 million. Same thing happening to mining companies to push transition. In India, people are on the fence, waiting for customer, waiting for PLI. I don't think that's the right approach. I think you have to, as private industry, take the bull by the horns and lead the way.
And when they say that, you know, here is money, you build the plant for us, what do they want in return?
They just want you to supply them for 5 years.
That's it.
They said, build the plant and be ready in 2 years. I need it in 2025, and here's a 5-year contract. It's not only me, that's the whole industry. And what the Indian players have recognized is that, look, this is the way to set up in India. If you keep waiting for someone to knock on your door and say, here's your first 1,000-ton order, you won't build. You'll keep waiting. You know, so I think the way to do is to focus on international markets because they're a few years ahead, and then come back to India, because at the end you have to cater to this incredible demand that is going to come in India.
Randhir, you wanted to join?
Yeah. So why you said okay, that's it, this is the only thing they want? The reason is the surety of the supply. And this is what is very, very important at this level. They cannot keep their, you know, the cell manufacturing plant without the raw material and other, which is validated already. They have already taken time. So this surety and the control on the supply chain is the one thing which everybody everywhere wants right now in the energy storage area.
Karthik, is this a similar scenario in your area as well? This predictability of how things are going to.
But it all started with demand. Let's be honest about this, right?
Okay.
Why OEM will come to Vikram and tell that here's a 100 mil check and build a factory for me, and 5 years I'm going to buy from you, because there's a market and there's a demand. Sometime we all probably don't fathom then why there is no demand in India, where there is one, by the way. Yeah. So let's take one example. So Volvo Sweden, they launched an electric truck after all the confusion between electric and hydrogen for last 4 years. Finally, everybody has agreed that hydrogen on a mid-term is not viable. Let's keep it aside, focus on electric, because that's the only way to do decarbonization. After the first launch of the first truck by Volvo, 40,000 orders were booked. In fact, 2 of them have arrived in Bangalore because we are supplying them the chargers, so that's how we know that, right? Now, when as Billion, we were just thinking on the TC of electric trucks. Soon we see easily a 10,000 truck goal in next 3 years or 4 years. And to my surprise, now we have this G20, it's a great initiative, but a meeting that is happening in Goa, Saturday, there is a small forum which is talking about some 7,000 trucks in India by 2027. Why such long goalposts? Why? And this is a very difficult question. Maybe I may not have a 360 degree view, and that's fine. But I can see there's a market. And if we talk about solar boom and wind boom, the main key driver was the renewable purchase obligation, RPOs as we call it. Can't there be a similar obligation to the industry that yes, you have to have, let's say, 10% fleet to be electric? Why not? So if we are, so there is always a demand which is sometimes created by policy or regulation also. I'm sure Niti Aayog or other think tanks must be really pondering to have one. But for us, every day morning we get a kick that we need to set up one charger a day. That's what we do today, right? It came because of a fact, and Billion was born for the fact that top 51 cities in India have 100 million vehicles of all type, 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler and 4-wheeler. Top 51 cities. All vehicles, okay? 5% of those vehicles, they consume 40% of diesel every day, just 5%. And we just made a small, back of napkin calculation that if 30% of these commercial vehicles, they go electric by 2030, we will save more than $80 billion in diesel imports, enough to fund our education and healthcare budget of India of 2030 and recurring. Now, if these are the numbers in front of us, why this cannot be a policy-driven national priority, driven by obligations? So I'll just let you another example. Yeah. So as I agree with Randir, in one sense that government job is governance. Like Prime Minister Modi used to quote as a Chief Minister of Gujarat, that the business of government is not to win business, right? This is very clear. Now the roadmap is there. लोग हमें पूछते हैं कि सरकार क्या support करती है? हम यही कहते हैं सर धंधा करने देती है. बहुत बड़ी बात है ये. So that's enough for us. We do not want anything else. Yeah. So now with this, several moving parts which are there. There are suppliers, tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers willing to invest. They are waiting for OEMs to come forward. OEMs are considering whether is there a demand, is there somebody to write a check for me? That's still a bigger question. So, and I'm not really talking about personal mobility, I'm only talking about commercial vehicles, because the way to decarbonize is the impact the commercial vehicles are making in this country and elsewhere as well. And as a result, you see the priorities of China, some Asia Pac countries, European Union is changing from personal mobility to public transportation, from personal cars to the commercial vehicles. So I think FAME 2, just going back, if that is the governing noun today in the industry, right? Let there be an add-on to what you call as a policy that drives or creates demand, just the way it happened in renewable energy through RPOs.
But what you are saying, does this hold true even if, and I'm referring to the previous panel here,
yeah,
even if the electricity for charging EVs comes from a thermal plant?
Yeah. So so let's see, our grid currently is being supported by roughly, let's say 25-30% renewable energy. We already started. I think it's a decent number to have one. Now, it's also clear that 70% it's coal, and coal is a base load, by the way, because it generates 24/7 electricity. It's very clear. Unfortunately, European Union, as you know, has made a U-turn. They are digging more coal, just the issues that has happened due to war and all. So it is clear that there is always going to be the fossil fuel as well as alternative, or between conventional, non-conventional, or a fossil and renewable, that will coexist, and I think the composition will just grow together. So if you look at the entire unit economics, right from the manufacturing of the vehicle until the end of life cycle of the vehicle, an EV is still cheaper compared to a fossil fuel vehicle, IC engine vehicle, compared to even hydrogen as on today. And hence, EV became a national priority for China since 1996. It's probably more than many of our careers have even started. Yeah, and that's the reason why they have a humongous amount of lead in terms of the electric vehicles, and thereby I think they are putting their fossil fuel to good use even for other industries that it is really, really necessary.
Please. So I just want to give you some scale. I had after COVID, gone to China for a battery conference, and it was 2,500 exhibitors and 200,000 people a day. You know, I walked 30,000 steps a day, and I only saw 6 out of the 20 halls, right? And what I got feedback, out of the 200,000 people, there were less than 200 non-Chinese people, means out of Japanese, Europeans, Indians. So the industry is so big, you can't even imagine, you know, and it's incredible. Even the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, which is giving $200 billion to develop all this, is nothing compared to, means we put a number of about $2 trillion has been spent in China to develop this ecosystem for mining, materials, cell making, not car making. This is just upstream from the car, and no car, no charging. Above that, that's the kind of money they've spent, again driven by policy, but again driven a lot by private sector as well. Just going back to that one point you said about funding, I know it sounds simple today, a customer gives you money and you build the plant, but in the last 5 years, we have invested close to 500 crores money into the business and not seen a return because we are still in that qualification and offtake journey. But when I went for my first 50 crore loan to Axis Bank, they just asked me, who will buy what you're making? There is no market. So, you know, so kaun kharidega? India mein koi nahi hai. I said, I'll sell it to China. He said, no, you can't sell to China. China has China. So there is a huge difficulty in raising money. And certain industries can develop due to startup funding, you know, but these big capex, long gestation industries don't manage with startup funding. You need really big funding, and they have to come from either preferential funding or policy that encourages funding in this space. I'm not saying government should give you money, but government should nudge investments into this space.
Interesting. Karthik, this forces me to get back to your point earlier when you said that there is demand. Where is the demand? I mean, if you look at the proportion of electric two-wheelers in the overall two-wheeler sales, what percentage is it? Electric cars, you know, small percentage. So what makes you so sure? Where do you see the evidence of that demand?
Okay. So, so let's see a perspective here. Let me only talk about larger vehicles. I may not be an expert on two-wheeler, three-wheeler yet. But if you look at the larger vehicles, commercial vehicles, buses and trucks. Now, it is very clear the adoption of such vehicles by various companies can only happen if it matches what you call a diesel cost. Of course, people tend to ask for the discount on a per kilometer basis. That's a different story. But when we go to the customer, we say that look, diesel match कर देंगे, बहुत बड़ी बात है आपके लिए, क्योंकि आपके ESG targets मैं help कर रहा हूँ आपको match करने के लिए, because ESG now is a boardroom discussion. It's a target given actually to the CEO by the shareholders and investors globally. Now let me zero down to a factual case here. Yeah? So there is one cement company which has raised bonds, which one green caveat condition, saying that by 2030 they have to achieve certain percentage into sourcing of energy from renewable energy and also the e-mobility. In other words, measuring the carbon credits or quantifying that. And we figured out by not a Excel file calculation, but by the first 10 trucks running in a closed loop ecosystem, running for 200 kilometers a day, each of this truck, matching the price of 2 rupees and 10 paisa per ton per kilometer, because RPTPK is what cement industry measures for itself. Now, the moment it touched that diesel price, we are all excited. And then the next part of discussion was, get us these trucks down, please. Can you deploy 500 trucks tomorrow morning? Of course, then the discussion starts, the more difficult part. Where are these products coming from? So there's only one product, that's BYD 55 tonner. But again, BYD is a Chinese company, there are challenges around that, geopolitical tensions and so on. So the question then also comes by the lender, that will this last? What happens if tomorrow there is some other change that these imports are not allowed or whatever XYZ reasons? So the uncertainties then start coming in, either from the product availability, the product's own manufacturing and supply chain capability and so on. So it's very clear, Sumin, that if you talk about commercial vehicles, and then that's the reason you see L5 cargo vehicles. So if IFC has invested into Mahindra, now Mahindra is also one of our partner customers, just like we have some friends from Hyundai who is also a customer, by the way. We often have very intense discussions around what vehicles are those. So L5 cargo vehicles, three-wheeler, has taken off already, right? There is no FAME to there, correct? They are simply going ahead and saying that, okay, fine, I'm ready to deploy 1,000 vehicles tomorrow or 5,000 vehicles tomorrow, because the TCO is very well established. And why it is being done? Because the corporates know very well that there may not be obligation, but there is something called ESG I need to do, and I need to answer my shareholders at the end of the year. That's the reason the demand has started creating in L5 cargo vehicles. Now, these are the different, other challenge in terms of reliability sometimes, the price point, the battery quality, etc. Still some more challenge that people are grappling, but it's taken off. If I see just a similar comparison now into the bus sector and the truck sector, it's just getting very closer to that particular parity, the cost parity. I think the truck on the long haul has already achieved. Buses are not very sure, and hence the FAME to subsidy is required, at least in case of buses. But then the buses, the subsidy is only available for GCC contracts. The question about, again, GCC contract is offtake and their credibility, and there is another chain of discussion altogether. So if you ask me, Suvin, there are set of customers across all the segments wanting to go electric. It has started with consciousness. The customer actually wanted to go electric. It all started with that. And now slowly the economics are settling in, and people are saying, hey, if I have a, let's say, 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers for my car per month, I think electric makes sense, because there's also depreciation benefit I take. So if we start, as I said, again, segment by segment, start analyzing, set your priorities right. There are the large vehicles which are going to play a super important role into this decarb journey, is probably need to be given more priority than the let's say two-wheeler or other segments, because they already got their due. And I think the industry need to do that bit to expand.
Great. Interesting you mentioned TCO. I'll just come back to it with Vikram. But before that, Randhir, is FAME2 a lost opportunity?
I think we are talking so much about FAME2. I don't think it's a lost opportunity, because whatever million plus vehicles have been sold in the last year, this is because of the remodeling of the FAME2 which has happened. In fact, 2021 is one when we relaunched it. And after that only, if you see the path, that's how it happened. I'll also touch upon one thing wherein you asked where is the demand. You go and see the order book of all these manufacturers. Everybody has a backlog. That is where the orders are coming up. That is where the demand is. Regarding the commercial vehicle, Karthik, the thing is, we did a survey in the Jaipur area and around with the tractor trailers. That's the hub basically. And if TCO works out, the fleet operator doesn't mind what type of truck it is, whose truck it is, whose vehicle it is. He only wants the TCO to work out. If TCO works out, he will buy it. He is going to own it for 4 to 5 years, then resell it. That's how the TCO. A person who is having just 2 trucks or the 3 trucks or the 4 trucks, he will just pick up a piece of paper and give you a TCO calculation, everything with the financing, with the change in the tires, with the change in the fuel and everything, with the maintenance. So it's about the TCO is one part, but where is the manufacturing right now in the commercial vehicle side in India? He talked about the Volvo, so it's not only about the Volvo, Daimler and the Triton group. Triton has Navistar, Scania, Volkswagen and MAN. These 6 companies together has come out and they are setting up the charging infra which will be interoperable in Germany. In fact, entire Europe, 500 million euros they are investing to set up 1700 charging stations which will be interoperable. So their path is very clear. But that is very concentrated in the Europe and the Schengen area. But what about the India? Where are the manufacturers who have such type of commitment that they are coming together and going to set up such type of charge? You being a CPO, I agree with you. Do you really see the manufacturers coming up to you in the commercial vehicle side within India that we are going to manufacture this in the next 5 years and we 5 are going to need your charging infra? Do you really see that type of demand coming up from their side? I totally agree that this is the commercial vehicle side is the one which should be the priority from the decarbonization perspective going forward, because TCO has started making sense. It's still not, we are still not there. So that's why, but what about the manufacturers? I don't see that.
Just a second back to FAME 2.
Yeah. So that I started in the beginning itself. I don't think it's a lost opportunity at all.
Yes.
Because FAME 2 has achieved its
numbers. But there is also a view, and don't shoot me, I'm just the messenger, that effectively we are subsidizing Chinese suppliers.
So when I said, you see how first is the demand. You cannot have everything manufactured here and you'll say, boss, if you are going to manufacture everything, then only I'm going to create the demand. This is a cycle. That's how I say it. First you need to create the demand. That is where the demand incentives come. FAME is a demand incentive. It's not a manufacturing incentive. Although it has a phased manufacturing program associated with this, but ultimate motive is to create the demand. For the manufacturing, you are going to have the ACC and the auto PLI, which is directing this. So you need to understand, I mean, and even if those who are making the argument need to understand what is the motive behind what every action is.
Yeah. Set the ball rolling, get things going first.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's not only in our country. You see wherever it is. In fact, the demand incentives in terms of the China is still there. In fact, last year when they tried to withdraw it, the curve went like this, and immediately they withdrawing of the incentives, and then curve is like. So
right.
What I'm trying to tell you is it's not we are incentivizing something else. We are incentivizing the manufacturers, assemblers, and other interested people to test the waters, and also creating the awareness, the acceptability within the consumers. That's how it works.
Right. Vikram, coming to TCO and you, I would imagine you will have a crucial role in TCO for the benefit of the audience, that is the total cost of ownership for any electric vehicle, which is what we are talking about. Because a very large part of the cost of the vehicle and the price of the vehicle is the battery. And you play a critical role in making of the EV battery. At what point do you see the battery economics developing in a way that two things will happen? One, that the price of an electric vehicle for a comparable model will become more or less the same as an ICE vehicle. And secondly, the EV battery also needs to be replaced after say 6 years, 7 years. And again, that incurs a cost. So if you take the TCO approach, it becomes much higher. When do you see that getting addressed?
So I think first I should address, the magic number that everybody talks about, that when it's $100 a kilowatt hour, EV makes more sense than ICE. That's a number that's been floating around, right? And then people say that to reach this $100, everything has to get cheaper. Lithium has to get cheaper, graphite has to get cheaper, nickel has to get cheaper, cobalt has to get cheaper, or we have to go to this other LFP chemistry. So our belief is, look, there is a cost of making these materials. Today, say our product costs $10 a kg. If I set up a very large plant, very large capacity with scale, I can come to $9 a kg. I can wave a magic wand and come to $5 a kg. So when you talk about price per kilowatt hour, that doesn't mean price per kg will go down. Technology is evolving, right? So better materials in anode, cathode, foils, pack modules, all that is happening, and that will bring the cost down. It's not necessarily the cost per kg that will bring the cost of the battery down. So I think that's one thing to differentiate. Also, as technology evolves and people talk about solid state or lithium ion or sodium ion, I think everything has a journey. Everything will scale up if it makes sense to that end use. Some technologies will be for two-wheelers, some will be for four, some will be for consumer goods, some will be for aviation and defense. So everything will have its application. It's not like one day everybody will forget lithium ion and move to the other chemistry, right? So coming back to total cost of ownership, I think still with scale and the way technology is evolving, the kind of discussions we have with customers when we qualify materials, they're very clear, look, we want a 8-year roadmap. These materials should, the battery life should be like that. So everybody is understanding it more. Now this technology, everybody is growing at the same time. If you look at cell companies are building, material companies like us are building, mining companies are trying to develop. So everyone's doing it at the same time, and everybody is trying to run before they walk, because it's so urgent to kind of scale up and enter this space. So I think there is going to be some people that are going to trip over, and we will be in for some surprises on cost of ownership. But I think once you have started that journey, you will kind of stand up again and keep walking. So I can't answer that question, this is right or that is right. I think there will be surprises. But again, technology plays a very important point in this journey.
Let me invite questions from the audience. Any hands going up? Thank you, thank you, thank you. This, well, if there are no, yes, of course. Can somebody get a microphone? Yes.
Probably it could be out of syllabus question to you, Randhir.
But you should ask Karthik.
No, that we keep doing daily. Just a question. See, the last session we heard, when some banker has to give a fund, he doesn't know where to assign the risk, especially the large STU contract that is rolled out. Is there a thought, if you have to make this large, power-hungry commercial things to become electric or non-pollutant, to give it, see, by giving to private players who run Volvo, commercially viable, their balance sheet is viable for any funding fellow to do it. At least one risk you go out. Second risk of technology and manufacturing, they will be much better evaluator of technology than any day a public sector STU. That means automatically if you give them some incentive to start the demand, will they not build up demand much faster than putting in STU? And just question, it must have been deliberated. For what reason it was left out? If you can tell, it will help.
So in terms of the the buses side, and wherever right now the most of the dealing is with the state road transport units, the issue is very simple. The financial health of SRTUs is not that good, so they want a risk securitization in one way or the other, wherein either the entire money or the part of that has to be collateralized, or the first loss risk should be there. We have to work out some sort of mechanism through the escrow account or somehow that risk securitization has to happen. Of course, it cannot be 100%, but up to a certain level, this needs to happen. When Malvika was talking here, she was talking about the same thing. Even they also need a risk securitization, and when it comes to the buses for the public sector, who else but the government, right? Whether it will be the state government or the central government, or it's a combined entity, or maybe it's a the special purpose vehicle, but somebody has to take that risk in the initial years when the asset is getting proved, when the model is getting proved, when it makes sense to deploy the EV buses economically, and the SRTUs gets better health out of that. This is a public service, of course, but when people are investing under the GCC, they need some security, they need some sort of assurance that the money is going to flow, money is going to come back. Definitely, I agree.
Then the state transport union where subsidy goes. Will not the conventional demand happen faster? Just I am giving subsidy to the sector, not why it was put in the public sector.
So just to give you a statistics, there are 3.4% of the total buses of the overall buses. Only 3.4% constitutes the public sector buses. 39% of the total passenger kilometers are traveled through them, and that is the area which is the first, the first part which is being targeted from the decarbonization perspective. I don't see any other reason why it shouldn't be the case, right? Maybe the next phase or some other phase that can be thought of, but I think from the first attack perspective, that is the one area which is rightly being targeted. Secondly, when we talk about the decarbonization, when entire automotive industry, two-wheelers represent 76 to 80%, and this is the area which is being targeted. So I think from the strategy and the incentivizing perspective in the beginning itself, I think that is what the right strategy is. Definitely going forward, there has to be a different discussion altogether, whether this should be expanded, whether how mature the industry looks like, what are the new areas wherein it should go about, right? All those things can be factored in, definitely.
Yeah, because when we grew up as children, we had, maximum of us have traveled by state buses to our schools and colleges. Not everybody, maximum, many of us. But today, none of our children or grandchildren travel by state buses. This percentage is all right, but you can see visibility of private transport buses in the private and they are all bankable. They are running businesses. Government doesn't go to finance sector. Once the market develops, then you do whatever you want to go. Just a suggestion.
One last thing, for electric vehicles to really take off in India, especially cars, do we need an Indian BYD? The role BYD has played in China and now is playing globally. The scale is just mind-boggling. Forget about an Indian BYD. Does someone even from outside have to come and set up things in a way that, say, Maruti did when it first came to India, set up a proper vendor ecosystem, suppliers, pull them up in terms of technology, brought people from outside? And do we need some kind of, that kind of thing to happen for really an explosion of EVs to take place in India?
So, you already have a Maruti, right? And they have so much of the market share. So it's not like you need to bring some new auto OEM from outside. So maybe some food for thought is, what if 3 years ago Maruti took a bet that, look, we are going to go EV. What would the ecosystem look like today? Right? So I think between Maruti, Tata, Mahindra, you have enough Indian automakers. Obviously the Kias, the Hyundais, the other Germans are all entering the space. But I think you have great Indian auto OEMs who have done a great job. I just think they've not taken that plunge.
Okay. Yes. You wanted.
Yeah, I think Maruti is the one for sure. I mean, when they come out, in fact, in the previous discussion itself, it's 300 kilometers and, $10,000 thing. I think, I'm not sure how much he revealed, but Maruti definitely must have the plans. And when he talked about it, we already have the plant, 1.2 gigawatt hour running and another 6 gigawatt hour in construction. Definitely this signals something, right? Not everything is going to be exported. They have, the utilization will happen. And I mean, almost 1 or 2 years back, they said that 40% of the revenue, nobody wants to give it to somebody else. They also want to control that when they are selling it. And not only the revenue, the dependability, when you are selling 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 or 10,000 of the units in a month, you need that chunk of the battery supply and all. So it clearly signals that something on that sort for sure is there. But of course, the Mahindras are there. They already said that almost all the offerings of theirs will be available in the EV side, and some has already come.
Correct.
Tatas are there.
Yes. Mr. Bhattacharya has a question.
Hello. I was struck by the comment made by Mr. Haryani on how the subsidy structure for India's agriculture sector failed to make any impact to the state of conditions of Indian farmers. So my question is for Mr. Singh. Is there anything to do with the way the subsidy structure for FAME 2 has been structured in terms of the interface in the sense that if you saw the LPG subsidy scheme, now it at some point it moved away from giving the subsidy to the LPG manufacturer to the consumer directly through the transfer of the subsidy to the accounts. Now, do you think that the FAME2 subsidy would have worked better and would work better? And wean this subsidy away would also be more easy if it is, instead of being given to the manufacturer, if it is directly transferred to the buyer of these vehicles, and the market price of these FAME vehicles remains the same. So how would you react to that?
Actually, it actually works like this only. The FAME2 subsidy is directly being given to the money is not transferred to the customer's account, but the price is being reduced. So he upfront gets the benefit. Instead, and hassle of claiming it, going through all that process has been reduced, which has been transferred to the manufacturer. So that's how the Naveen was saying that the hassle of putting up all that data, uploading the data, that this money has been given, these are the approved models and all. This is all the compliance has been shifted to the manufacturer, but the incentive part goes to the customer. It's not the money, but it's the reduction in the upfront cost. So the benefit actually passed on to the customer. That's how the FAME is working right now.
No, I mean, the question that I was going to ask you was that instead of the companies reducing the price of these vehicles, if they priced it at what is their cost price or the marketable price, and then if whatever is the subsidy that the government wants to give, if that subsidy were to transfer to the buyer's account, then the manufacturers would not have been put to all kind of hassles, problems, adjusting their costs this way and that way. So would it have been better? So that was my question.
Don't you think that would be a nightmare that at retail level for each and every buyer, you need to verify, you need to transfer it. But of course, this is something which was thought of. Of course, it's not that it's not being thought of. But whether consumer really wants to take that, that hit, that upfront he has to spend that much money, and later on he needs to claim, or somehow this money is going to come to him, and it's a big amount. So 40,000 rupees upfront you need to arrange somewhere, right, to give it to the manufacturer. So manufacturer is getting full money, but later on you need to wait as a customer that money will be transferred to your account. I mean,
it's being financed in any way.
Just to add here, I think Mr. Bhattacharya, the direct transfer scheme will not work in case of EV. And the reason being, the FAME2 design was also to localize the content, right? So for example, if I'm an OEM or a two-wheeler or three-wheeler, and if I qualify for, let's say, 15,000 rupees subsidy discount, which eventually my customer will get. I'm not going to get anything, obviously. It's just a cash flow planning I have to do. But for my product to qualify for that 15,000 rupees subsidy benefit, I need to localize certain percentage of that content of the components in India, right? So if this were to be a direct transfer scheme, then it would be very, very difficult, not to monitor, because everything is digital, so you can monitor, you can track it. But then it would have been a case of people just assembling some two-wheelers or three-wheelers by importing, let's say, anything, whatever they want, and launch those products, sell it, and the customer will directly claim because they've just registered that particular vehicle. So FAME2 was also in a way that helps the industry start localizing, which is also in need of an hour at the same time. And the percentage was also quite balanced, 70, 30 or 60, whatever that percentage between import and domestic content was also rightfully designed. So FAME2, a great scheme, no doubt about it, except for the infrastructure part which I highlighted on the EV charging infrastructure. But on the vehicle side, it has benefited once and all. Various municipal corporations have got benefited because they started adopting those electric buses, and then so on and so forth, as much as two-wheelers and three-wheelers and partly four-wheelers. Now obviously the real ball actually lies in the court of OEMs now, right? Because in a way they also have understood very well that demand is there. If they have a product, then there are people who want to buy a car or a two-wheeler or a three-wheeler or even a commercial vehicle. The question is when and what kind of products will they want to bring into the market. And that will be probably, in my own personal thoughts, is only possible when there is a certain obligation, mandatory obligation like RPO happening in the mobility sector. Only then such a kickstart will happen. Otherwise, it is going to be extremely difficult.
So if I understand right, we have a start, right? It has its good points, its not so good points, but I think that is more or less inevitable. Otherwise, the term teething troubles would not have been created. So there are those, and if certain things fall in place in terms of product, technology, from the supply side, policy, etc., we can get there. It'll take time, but I guess we have had a start, right? Thank you very much. Great discussion. I'll invite Veenu back on stage now.
Thank you very much. May I invite Business Standard Vice President Sangeeta Khyora and COO Mr. Sachin Phansikar to present the mementos to the panelists, please. We'll take a 15-minute break now. We're waiting for the minister who's in a meeting, but he should be here shortly.
Business Standard. She's working her way to the corner office. Business Standard.
Hi, I am Kartikeya Haryani, founder and CEO of ChargeZone, India's fastest growing EV charging network. We at ChargeZone think differently. Having electrified 10,000 kilometers of highways, we are on a mission to electrify 30,000 kilometers of highways so that you can drive without any range anxiety.
This journey over the next 7 to 8 years, it's not going to be simple.
ChargeZone today has over 1,500 charging stations and over 10,000 kilometers of highways electrified.
By 2050, there will be more than 1 crore EVs on Indian roads. And what do EVs need? More and more of charging stations. You could be living in any part of the world and still own your ChargeZone Express station at any prime location. From location to installation, management to providing charging services through an app, ChargeZone takes care of everything.
So over the last 3 years, we evolved ChargeZone as one of India's leading EV charging company. Yeah. And as I said, very extensively focused on high-speed charging for electric four-wheelers.
Come, let's power the future together.
So we'll begin our fireside chat now. Should we say a rainy evening chat with Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways. In a conversation with him will be Business Standard Executive Editor, Ms. Nivedita Mukherjee. Over to you, Nivedita.
Thank you, Venu. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Gadkari. It must have been a long day. We'll come to the topic and EV, highways to the green growth. What is the relationship really right now between highway and green growth?
Green highway is a new alignment. Actually, the existing highway, when we increase the width of the highway from 2 lane to 4 lane, 4 lane to 6 lane, 6 lane to 8 lane, but now the green highway is just like Mumbai-Delhi highway. As previously there was no road. Now we are making this highway as a green highway. That is the first thing we will call it. Second important thing is, which the green world means, that we want to make this highway we want to make green revolution. Just I am telling you, particularly in Delhi UR2 ring road, we have just used 25 to 30 lakh ton of municipal garbage of Delhi from Ghazipur in road construction. Then we have already used 25 to 30 lakhs ton of garbage in Ahmedabad Dolero Expressway. Second thing, now we are starting for making crash barrier. It is actually in the steel. In place of that, we are making from bamboo now, and successfully it is certified, and we are encouraging. Just I met with the minister from Northeast, and he was telling me that now we have started the industry for making crash barrier in bamboo. Then also we are trying to use bio-bitumen from rice straw, popular known as Perli. We have already successful experiments. The other important thing is, we are in the fuel also, we are encouraging ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, bio-LNG, bio-CNG, electric. And particularly now we are planning to make a e-highway cable from UR2, from Panipat coming to peripheral road. After that this road starts to Jaipur. We want to make e-highway. We are in the process, and there will be luxury coaches, 2 or 3 buses jointly, and our idea is to reduce the ticket rate at compared with diesel bus by 30% and giving a good service like aviation industry. So now this is also the planning for it. And the last important point is, we want to convert our transport, public transport, on electricity and alternative fuel. That is to be the most important by which we will make the green revolution. We are making transplantation of trees, 68,000 trees already transplanted. And this year we have e-tagged the trees, and now the number is 3 crore 86 lakhs. So this type of green definition which I understand, and already in the electric there is a lot of development, and now the waiting list is started.
Yes, that's right. That's very encouraging. And coming to the core subject of EVs, we are seeing a lot of headlines on EVs. I know it's not your core administrative ministry, but do you think at the policy level things should have been better on EVs?
100%. Actually, I am telling you, presently potential of EV market, as far as the Niti Aayog statistic, potential of EV market in India is rupees 16 lakh crore by 2030. Now at the same time we are expecting export more. Now you just understand, our automobile industry's number was number 4, but just 1 month before we surpassed Japan, and our number is now number 3rd. The first number is China, second is USA, and third is India. So India is 3rd number, and now within 5 years my dream is, and my mission is, to make Indian automobile industry at least of 15 lakh crore. All the important reputed automobile brands available in India, and I feel that there will be huge export. Actually in our two-wheeler industry, just like Bajaj, TVS and Hero, they have already exported 50% of their production. And even like big company like Suzuki, Mercedes, Toyota, they are also started export from here. We have a big potential for electric buses. I feel that within 5 years, our 60% buses will convert into electricity.
Right now, only 1% have been.
Yes, but there is a huge demand now, and that is exactly the field where the big potential is there.
Does that include private buses?
100%. Actually, I am insisting because as the transport minister, I always impressed by the model London Transport. There are 9 operators, and bus belongs to operator with a public-private investment. Driver belongs to corporation, and conductor belongs to corporation, and driver belongs to also somewhere in corporation or somewhere is from the private sector. And there is a card system, and already camera is there. So in Indian situation, our problem is that is diesel is a big problem. I don't want to make any comments on it. You know that what is happening to the diesel. And other is about ticket. Now there will be a cameras by which you can use your card at the time when you enter into the bus, either time when you leave the bus. So that can be a electronic system by which we can reduce the losses. And on the basis of that, I suggesting the manufacturer to make the buses on that design. And I feel that then it will be 100% possible that our state transport will be in profit.
Coming to the target of 2030, aren't the numbers too lofty? What are the challenges on the way, and do you think those targets will be achieved?
Actually, I'm only taking reference from Niti Aayog. The EV market in India, 16 lakh crore by 2030. Manufacturing and EV charging infrastructure, that will be investment of 14 lakh crore. Record sales in March 2023 is 1,30,000 units. 27.56 lakhs electric vehicles registered in India. Record growth of 155% in charging infrastructure. 30% EV penetration target, saving 1 lakh crore of crude oil import. That is very important. It is going to reduce pollution at the same time. India EV market is expected to grow to 1 crore unit of annual sales and create 5 crore direct and indirect job by 2030.
Yeah.
This is to be a good picture, and I feel that at the same time we are working on flex fuel. We have just launched one pilot project in Bangalore by adding 20% methanol in diesel. Now Ashok Leyland and Tata has also got their buses and truck IC engine where we can use hydrogen. So there are lot of development is going on, and I feel that it is going to be an alternative fuel, will be a great source for the country. The policy is import substitute, cost effective, pollution free and indigenous.
So before you arrived today, we had 2 panel discussions where industry representatives were there. So they said they are bullish about EVs. So that is a very positive thing, but they also raised many concerns. So do you think there are challenges on the way, and how can policy resolve it?
Actually, we have just finalized EV safety standards. This is very important because of lot of cases there was the burning problem was there. So because of this, AIS 156 and AIS 038, these standards to minimize fire incidents. This is to be of world standard, international standard, we accept that, and this is very important. The life cycle of cost of lithium is now coming to $115 per kilowatt per hour. Previously it was $150. I am expecting that in due course of time it will come to $100. Then the price of petrol vehicle and electric vehicle will be the same. So we are waiting for that.
Is that the geo moment for EVs?
Actually, frankly speaking, this is the starting now. And every time, anywhere in any starting time, when you start any new technology, new products, some teething trouble are there. I feel that in due course of time we will resolve the problem. And now people have faith on it. Once upon a time in this hotel, when I was coming to the conference, that people asking me how it is going to charge. Lot of questions. No one is asking me. So my confidence, and I feel that in due course of time, the problems will be solved. And people will be have no problem, no reservation with the EV vehicle. Even the flex engine we are going to launch today. I have a meeting with the Brazilian member of parliament coming to my office. We have a long discussion. We are now working on flex engine, and that is also very important. We are working on all alternative.
When is that expected, that flex engine?
Actually, in August, the Toyota is going to launch their flex engine vehicles.
Okay.
And you remember that Camry?
Yes.
So just like that, in place of petrol, we will use 100% bioethanol. Petrol rate is 120, ethanol is 60 rupees. So that 60 rupees ethanol, that will 40% of the electric power we will get it from that. So it will be free of charge. So average petrol rate as compared with the average will come to 15 rupees per liter. And the EV, particularly the electric, will be less than 6 to 7 rupees per kilometer. So naturally I feel that it is going to be a great boost for Indian automobile industry for accepting EV and other alternatives.
Mr. Gadkari, what are your thoughts on subsidy?
Firstly, the subject is not concerned with my ministry.
No, I know. As a minister, yes, I'm aware. Yeah.
And today it is a policy decision with the permission of finance minister. I have a discussion with the finance minister and other people, but it is not under coming my purview.
But otherwise, in sync with what other countries are doing globally, are we offering the right kind of subsidy, or is it being given the right way?
If the manufacturing number is increased, my honest opinion is that we don't need subsidy.
Okay.
But still, government is supporting, and after that it is with the finance minister to take the decision about it.
Do you think Tesla will be a turning point for EV revolution in India, or do you think domestic manufacturing?
EV revolution in India is already started. All are welcome, and I am coming with the electric car. You just see what type of quality is. Now Indian manufacturer also making good quality of electric cars, and I have a really good experience about it. At the same time, if Tesla want to come, they are welcome. We don't have any problem. We will support them.
Have they had a discussion with you also, the Tesla top team?
Many times we have discussed the issue. Actually, at the visit of Prime Minister also, there is an interaction. I am feeling that in due course of time, Tesla will come to India, because India has got a huge domestic market, and that will be a win-win situation for both.
Coming to your personal choice that you use a hydrogen car, and you were one of the first to use, are there other cabinet colleagues who do the same, use electric vehicles, or what is the adoption like within the government?
I am telling you that I am very much against to petrol and diesel car, fossil fuel car. So I am making the campaigning to the people that use electric car, alternative fuel, flex engine, anything, but don't use this fossil fuel, because the pollution is a big concern.
But do you have followers within the government?
Many, 2-3 ministers are now using electric car, and now government has, lot of department has taken a decision that now 15-year life of government car, now it is mandatory for all the department to scrap it. So on the basis of that, the new car they are purchasing, probably majority of the department want to take electric cars.
Is there any signature scheme that is in the works related to this segment, EVs?
Signature scheme, I don't know.
Okay, all right. And do you have any message for the industry?
My message to industry is, Indian potential for e-vehicle is tremendous. It is beyond imagination. And it is domestic point of view, there is a tremendous potential. At the same time, export potential is also big. And when you will cross the number, it will reduce the cost. We will be more competitive. And I am not talking, but I am with my all information I am telling you. The cost of electric scooter, cost of electric auto rickshaw, cost of electric car and cost of electric bus, and now we are starting electric truck also. My feeling is we are lowest in the world. And a quality point of view, we are very much good quality we have. On the basis of that, for the futuristic plan, there is a huge potential for e-vehicle in the world, and we will be the biggest exporter for that. This industry size is now presently 7.5 lakh crore. The industry is creating employment to 4.5 crore youth. This is the industry which is giving maximum GST to the state and central government, and this is the industry which contributes in our GDP growth maximum. So I feel that after e-vehicle, again it will be multiply, and that is going to be a great boost for Indian economy. At the same time, our export will be increased and employment potential will be increased, and really this is to be the futuristic technology by which we are doing all these new vehicles. It really going to change the future of our country. To definitely our Prime Minister team to make India as Atmanirbhar Bharat and $5 trillion economy. The role of automobile industry is very important, and I feel that this is going to support our dream, which is already is our mission for all of us.
We had a session on Atmanirbhar and, can EVs be Atmanirbhar? So do you really think we can be Atmanirbhar in this category? I mean, China is the biggest player, then there is Europe, there is US. So are we going to do it?
Actually, in Jammu, we have just our Department of Mining and Minerals identified the lithium ion big mine there. And every year our import of lithium ion is 1200 ton. So actually when I was in Srinagar with the LG, Manoj Sinha, he called the secretary and I tell them, you don't waste time. You try to make it as early as possible that if the lithium ion, we will get it from that mine, it is going to reduce our import and reduce the cost. If we are going to reduce the cost, we will be more competitive in international market. So I feel that this is not a problem. But at the same time, we are working on alternative chemistry. That is zinc ion, aluminum ion, steel ion. Our aluminum ion also a successful experiment. I am expecting that our starters and particularly the research people are doing excellent job. In due course of time, this chemistry will be developed. And we are not only depending upon lithium ion. At a time for lithium ion, I am expecting that as early as possible, we will get it from Jammu. And that is going to strengthen our economy, that will reduce our import about lithium ion, and that will reduce the cost of the vehicle.
Can we take one question from the audience?
No problem.
Yeah, any question?
So good evening. I am Dr. Anupam Dev. I am from Hawk EV. Hawk EV is a retrofitment company. So we are retrofitting normal IC cars into electric, pure electric basically, which would come to the public at half the price or maybe less than half the price of a new car, sir. But we would like to request the government for some support, sir. Electric cars have a GST of 5%, the new cars, whereas our cars are being charged at 18%. So we call upon the reduction of the GST taxes on the retrofitment, sir.
Your demand is very important.
Yes, sir, because see, half of the middle class will
I
go
will
for
take
retrofitment.
this proposal to the finance minister.
Thank you so much,
This is
sir.
also good because two-wheelers, three-wheelers and car, if the poor and middle class people convert them, it can be really a good thing. And we have already passed all standards related with it, and we will support it. There are a lot of startups who are going
Sir,
to
we
start
would
it.
also request the governments to come forward and recycle their old vehicles and retrofit it.
Sir, it is depending-
Army is doing it, sir. I am
It
doing
is
cars for the army.
First of all, what my suggestion is, it is depending upon the quality which you are giving.
Sir, we are following all the AI
I know
standards.
that. It is to be, market is going to decide about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you
Thanks,
can give a
thanks.
good alternative,
Thank you. Thank you.
100% people will prefer it and they will take it from
Thank you,
you.
sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just I was in Tirupati there was electric bus, and actually the same principle they have. Actually, it is going to reduce the cost, but the cost of the that value was very high. Somewhere we need to reduce that, and we have to make bus very nicely, beautifully furniture and everything. Without that, people will not take it. That is to be a problem.
My last question, what really will drive e-mobility? Will it be two-wheelers? Will it be cars? Will it be buses, trucks? What?
All e-vehicles, and we don't need to make any market for that. I'm just asking you a simple question. Probably you may have a petrol car. Your expenditure on your car may be 25 to 30,000 rupees per month. If suppose it comes to 3,000, I don't need to market you to tell you that use electric cars. Now the people are understand. Only problem is that as compared with the petrol car, scooter, auto rickshaw, the electric cost is high. But within due course of time, it will be same like petrol car, and there is a lot of saving. At the same time, there is no pollution. So people are going to take it. Now you don't need to add people. Now there are 400 startups. They are making electric vehicles, electric scooters, and everyone is booked. They are getting good orders. Some of the people making e-cart. I am telling you the example of e-rickshaw. When I started it and talking about it, there was 1 crore people who driving e-rickshaw. I fight the case up to the Supreme Court, and today I am happy that 1 crore people, you never see this cycle rickshaw on the road. Totally it is a transformation, it is change. So I feel that the people know, they understand what is the benefit, and they will, by natural course, they will take the decision, and it is going to be a big market for the country.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you.
Gadkari. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Mr. Gadkari, for your enlightening, forthright views on role of EVs in India's development journey. Today we learned a new thing on green revolution. We always thought it was about agriculture and agriculture productivity, but you gave it a completely new context. Many thanks for that. We are very grateful that you could spare time from your very busy schedule on such a busy day. We could understand and to be with us and address this audience and thousands others who are watching this program live on Business Standard website. May I now invite Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, Editorial Director of Business Standard, to present a small memento as a token of appreciation to the Minister. Many thanks for being here and sparing time. Well, not in the front of such a big audience.